never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
They have no leadership. The leadership is gone. But then they set up a new leadership to go and name a new leader, and that leadership is gone. And now they think maybe the sun is gone.
President Trump suggested Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, may be dead or seriously injured following the recent U.S.-Israeli airstrikes.
They're all gone. My biggest problem is I have no idea who we're talking to because nobody ever heard of any of these people. They're all dead.
Trump says the reports are unclear and the U.S. does not know his current status. President Trump is calling out the UK for what he sees as its lack of support in the Iran war.
Speaking from the White House, Trump included the UK in countries that he said are not helping to secure the Strait of Hormuz against Iranian aggression. Trump said the U.S. has helped the UK for decades in times of war and is our oldest ally. Trump spoke with the British Prime Minister over the weekend, who said they are having ongoing discussions about the strait. Iran has attacked tankers in the vital waterway where about 1/5 of the world's oil passes through, which has led to a surge of gas prices in the U.S. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The Save America Act is moving forward in the Senate after Republicans voted to open debate on the voter ID bill. President Trump calls it historic. Debate could last weeks. Passage remains unclear. Border Patrol official Gregory Bovino will retire at the end of the month.
He revealed his decision while speaking to Breitbart on Sunday. Bovino led operations in Democratic-led cities, including Los Angeles, Chicago, and Minneapolis, where federal agents shot and killed 2 U.S. citizens during confrontations. He was relieved of his role in Minnesota shortly after January's fatal shootings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. I'm Lisa Carton.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 46 points, the S&P 500 added 16 points, and the Nasdaq rose 105 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Daytona Beach spring break broke out in a panic after multiple shootings.
Spring break celebrations in Daytona Beach turned chaotic this past weekend as reports of multiple shootings sent crowds running. Police confirmed one officer was hospitalized after being struck, while authorities arrested more than 130 visitors for various violations. Officials later clarified that some initial shooting reports were mistaken, caused by loud noises on the beach. The incidents highlight the challenges of managing large, unsanctioned gatherings while ensuring public safety. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
Repairs are being made to the Temple Israel in West Bloomfield, Michigan, after a man rammed his pickup truck into the synagogue last week before killing himself.
Jewish Family Services of Metropolitan Detroit's also offering counseling for community members impacted by the attack. CEO Perry Oron says it was a miracle no one else was seriously injured or killed.
Built this crisis response team years ago, kind of like building fire truck, hoping you never have to use the fire truck. And oh my gosh, we've had to use it over and over and over again.
The nonprofit Common Ground is also offering mental health support. John Summers, USA Radio News.
A 59-year-old San Antonio man, known online as Cheer Dad, was arrested for attempting to groom children.
He intimated to us that he's actually at certain times met with young ladies for sexual activity.
Sheriff Javier Salazar says the suspect, Lawrence Paul, admitted to illicit chats and may have other victims. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
world. All right, here we go. What do you say? Are you ready for a new day? Well, you're in luck. Here it comes. As we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone, we've got us a hump day coming our way. Rolling into the 18th day of March here in 2026. Hey, 1 week from today, we'll be loading up, rolling toward Louisville, Kentucky. Getting ready to kick off the Mid-America Truck Show Thursday, Friday, Saturday, the 26th through the 28th. It will be there live each day, of course. Same booth location we've been in for the last 3 or 4 years at least. So we'll look forward to seeing maybe some new friends. A little bit of a family reunion with others is what the Mid-America Truck Show has become over the years. Opportunity to put a face to some of the voices we might hear. First thing first, though, let's get it started. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Not a whole lot warmer outside the secret bunker, but it feels better because the winds have finally subsided. Not dealing with that big-time wind chill. Southwest Ohio, a little bit of flurry activity may cause some slippery conditions. 24 hours ago, we were talking about some of these snow showers on the backside of that mega storm. And slick conditions, portions of Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky, a lot of jackknifed tractor trailers, black ice was all over the place. Now we've got another little shot of snow showers rolling through much of southern Wisconsin, Minneapolis, still seeing a few flakes falling there. Light snow falling through a good portion of Illinois tonight. Still seeing some snow showers, maybe a little mixed precipitation over toward the Des Moines area. This is all going to continue sliding south and east through Indiana and into western Ohio, northern Kentucky. It's not enough to prompt any winter weather advisories, but forecasters do say it's not out of the question. You could see a dusting, some slippery conditions. We start there with a look at our travelers' weather. Flurries and, in some cases, some of those heavier snow squalls will sweep from the Great Lakes into much of the Northeast as we roll through Tuesday night. Rapidly changing visibility and road conditions. Be prepared for sudden whiteout conditions, slick stretches on the highways. Of course, March is a month notorious for all sorts of weather mayhem, as evidenced conditions over the past couple days in the Midwest and the Northeast. The atmospheric setup for overnight, kind of similar to summertime thunderstorms. While the chilly air near the ground, it's much colder high up in the sky. The result is towering cumulus clouds that can wring out some precip in the form of brief, heavy snow rather than torrential downpours. Some areas may experience several snow squalls. Visibility can drop to less than 100 feet in the matter of a couple minutes. Roads, sidewalks quickly turning from wet to slushy or snow-covered. So be aware of rapid changes in visibility that might signal the approach of a snow squall. Sometimes it's safer to actually get off the highway to avoid the pressure to drive too fast for the conditions there. Major, sometimes deadly, multi-vehicle pileups occur in these situations. The squalls will be most frequent from the Great Lakes to the Appalachians. Some may actually reach the I-95 corridor of the Mid-Atlantic and New England. Where the snow showers pass over airport locations, we could see delays with aircraft and runway de-icing operations there. Meanwhile, looking out west, I do indeed see in the Pacific Northwest moisture coming ashore. It's raining from Seattle to Victoria and Vancouver, British Columbia. Part of the same storm that brought torrential rain and flooding to much of the Hawaiian Islands over the past weekend. Some of the islands picked up 30 inches of rainfall. Some of that storm is going to be impacting parts of Washington and British Columbia through much of the week ahead here, resulting in a flood threat along small streams, rivers, and urban areas. It's a plume of moisture. They call it the atmospheric river. Will extend thousands of miles from Hawaii to British Columbia and Washington right through the end of the week. Because the moisture originates near Hawaii, it's often referenced as the Pineapple Express. Rain will be drenching the region through Friday. Waves of moisture moving through during the heaviest periods of rain, ponding on the highways, flooding on some city streets will be possible. As the runoff accelerates down hills and steep mountainsides, small streams and river headwaters in higher elevations could surge and recede multiple times. Larger rivers at the lower elevations near the coast may experience somewhat delayed but longer flood cycles. We'll be looking at 1 to as much as 4 inches of rain across most of the lower elevations in western Washington and southwest British Columbia. On west and southwest, facing slopes of the coastal mountains, the Olympics, the Cascades, we could be talking on the order of 4 to 8 inches of rain between now and Friday. So there's the risk for moderate to major flooding on some rivers in northwest Washington and southwest British Columbia. Snow levels will rise above the mountain passes. We could see some melting of higher elevation snow that would be with the warmer pattern out west. Some rain will spill over the Cascades into eastern Washington. It'll be more sporadic, much less likely to lead to any flooding there. The pattern's being fueled in part by this strong heat dome over the southwestern USA, which is steering the storms and the moisture northward. Around that dome of very warm, dry air. That heat dome is going to be setting daily, possibly monthly, and early season record high temperatures in locations in portions of the southwestern USA. The heat has already begun to build and just intensifies as we head through the rest of the week and even into next weekend here. Some areas will see their first triple-digit temperatures of the year in parts of the southwestern USA. More on that coming up as we roll into a brand new day. Hello, Mary Ann's in the house, out of the box. Morning, Steve, the overnight family. All the listening family have a blessed day, she says. Where are we at, Tank? Morning, Steve. Happy home day. We're clear, 51 degrees in Cabrera, New Mexico tonight. Headed over to Santa Rosa, then it's back to Banning, California. All right, drivers, truck safe. Have a blessed day. Bob in Michigan on board. Shorty rolling I-75 northbound Dublin, Virginia. A cold night once again, 21 degrees. Columbus bound. Yeah, speaking of another cold night, let me flip up. We've got, again, hard freeze warnings in place for pretty much all of Alabama, Georgia, much of South Carolina and southern North Carolina, reaching on down into northern Florida tonight, a little bit further south than we were seeing the cold air last night. We've got freeze warnings all the way down to Ocala. So Gainesville is all in the mix there. Jacksonville going to be another chilly night. Freeze warnings and frost advisories in portions of northern Florida there. Ice Cream Man, good morning. Running around Ocala, Florida tonight. Told my 9-year-old it was in the 70s today. She said, Dad, you're lucky. It's snowing and freezing in Columbus, Ohio. Yes, it was. Michael on board. What's up, folks? JR, a.k.a. Country Bumpkin, checking in tonight from Waterford, Michigan with 19 degrees. Where did spring go? Norman checks in from north central Kansas. Clear skies, 45 tonight. Not driving much, doing some hot shot trips right now. Still going to therapy twice a week, trying to get the back fixed. Everybody have a great morning. Hello, Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. Morning, Steve, over here in Fort Dodge, Iowa. Hello, Jason. 25 degrees. It's sprinkling. Roads are icy. Headed toward Ohio with a load of alfalfa tonight. All right, that's some of those snow showers, a little mixed freezing precip there. So, yeah, Watch for the bridges and overpasses tonight. On down the line we go. There's John Ferguson. Howdy, everybody. I'm pretty pooped tonight. Just got in from New York. Everybody stay safe. It's bedtime. Pray hard for the Delilah law debate that'll be taking place here on Wednesday. Pray that the ATA does not influence these lawmakers. Speaking of Delilah's Law, yes, we were talking about, maybe they were listening into our program last evening. We were sharing the breakdown from Freight Waves, the first in-depth of the legislation, Delilah's Law, that was calling for a recertification, as you'll recall, of every CDL holder in the country. Many, that spawned Big Ed to give us a ring, and then several others followed up saying, I don't agree with this. Why should me, as a 40-year veteran driver, have to recertify and prove myself? Lo and behold, and we'll give you more details on this coming up, this past day, Monday, a revised version of Delilah's Law was introduced. It will be coming up for debate today, but the revised version has scrapped that provision of recertification for all drivers. It was a 180-day period they were talking about. So, surprise, surprise. I think the rest of the legislation is still intact, but no recertification for all you veteran legal drivers out there. How about that? Captain Ron checks in. It's a chilly 50 degrees on the north side of Tampa tonight. Yeah, just finished up my deliveries for the night. I'm heading for the yard. Be safe, everybody. Semper Fi. Shout out to Knucklebuster and all my Marine Corps brothers out there, brethren, as he calls it. It is 844-844-3388. Interesting way to get a new day underway. All the latest on the Mideast developments, Iran, Israel. Where do we stand? How about the Strait of Hormuz? Did you see a bright light in the sky this past morning? Many people did across nearly a dozen states as it all comes to fruition. What was it? And some people actually heard it and felt it big time. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, a shout out to our friend Dave in Parsonsfield, Maine. Dave says, I am sick of winter. Well, we've got 17 degrees this morning there in Parsonsfield. While there's no snow, Joe, with 39 degrees in Marietta, Florida at this hour. Good afternoon, Larry. Hammer down, 29, Platkill, New York. It's round 2 to Schenectady. Coffee cups full, nap time's over. It's time to ride. Good morning, Overnight Drive crew. Steve Summers. There's Kentucky Ken checking in. Hope y'all have safe travels on your journeys across the country. Kentucky Ken and the beautiful Queen are listening in to the best overnight show in the USA. Well, thank you very much, Kentucky Ken. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. 34 Mount Vernon, Illinois tonight. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed south for a high-speed trip to the Volunteer State. My day started very early in Tripp, South Dakota. It'll end very early in Central Tennessee. As always, Steve, it's been an epic day of large car trucking. Lastly, sad news to hear of the passing of the agricultural radio and WGN icon, Orion Samuelson. He was a true pioneer of farm radio. And how about a special shout out to the Dingbat from the land of Lincoln tonight? All right, appreciate the update. I hadn't seen that report on Mr. Samuelson there. All right, Kevin's on board. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Hello from the Michigan Madman. How about the DTS guy? What day is it, Horse Feathers? Norman there in north central Kansas said the tulips are actually starting to pop out there. How about it? There is Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, 33 degrees tonight. A chilly day Monday, but run some errands. Then Wildcat and I went out to dinner. Came home, watched some of our recorded series shows. We like to get caught up. The Tournament of Champions on the Food Network. An incredible chef competition. Lots of excitement. Great food. Incredible backstories of some of the chefs. USA. Team USA beat by Venezuela in the World Baseball Classic Championship game. All right, we'll do a local tomorrow afternoon. Now load for Birmingham. Won't leave to deliver till Thursday morning. We'll stick around to pick up come Friday. All right, Monday, we'll head for Louisiana near New Orleans to a pickup in Mississippi. I'm waiting on approval for that delivery. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Yes. A bright light streaking across the sky over Ohio and Pennsylvania. A little after 9 o'clock this past morning, a big-time sonic boom that rattled homes in the Cleveland area. Residents reported a sudden boom that shook windows and startled neighborhoods Tuesday morning as the meteor blazed overhead. National Weather Service offices in Cleveland and Pittsburgh, PA, received multiple reports of the fireball again shortly after 9 a.m. One employee at the Pittsburgh office captured video. Since then, this was caught by dash cams and ring cameras all over the region. The update, did you hear the big boom? Did you feel your house shaking? The National Weather Service initially said the early data suggested a meteor. The brief explanation posted in a conversation on X about 9:14 a.m., which stated the latest GLM imagery does suggest the boom was the result of a meteor. The post coming in response to a post that says, heard the loudest boom just now in northeast Ohio. People heard it as far as Avon. What was that? A meteor? Well, additional analysis from NASA ultimately provided a bit more clarity little after 1 o'clock this past afternoon. which they stated on X, a very bright daytime fireball witnessed across northeastern USA and portions of Canada on the morning of March 17. NASA says early data shows the meteor first became visible above Lake Erie before traveling southeast at roughly 45,000 miles per hour. The fireball caused by, well, they describe it as a small asteroid, estimated to be nearly 6 feet in diameter, weighing about 7 tons, according to NASA. They say this object fragmented over Valley City. There probably were some remaining pieces that continued south. NASA went on to say that meteorites may have actually landed in the vicinity of Medina, Ohio. I want to go meteorite hunting. All I know is if you can actually find a fragment of a meteor, they are very valuable. Undoubtedly, there'll be some meteorite hunters out there. All right, news. A service of industrial injection, fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, and complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can keep it working. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump suggested Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khomeini, may be dead or seriously injured following the recent U.S.-Israeli airstrikes.
They're all gone. My biggest problem is I have no idea who we're talking to because nobody ever heard of any of these people. They're all dead.
Trump says the reports are unclear and the U.S. does not know his current status. The Save America Act is moving forward in the Senate after Republicans voted to open debate on the voter ID bill. President Trump calls it historic. Passage remains unclear. Border Patrol official Gregory Bovino will retire at the end of the month.
Bovino led operations in Democratic-led cities, including Los Angeles, Chicago, and Minneapolis, where federal agents shot and killed 2 U.S. citizens during confrontations. He was relieved of his role in Minnesota shortly after January's fatal shootings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. I'm Lisa Carton.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Come join the Steve Summers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hot Shot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th to the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, underway here on a Wednesday. Well, making our way into a new day from time zone to time zone. So let's jump right into it here and make it official. What day is it? Morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Well, I guess we got to do this like a real regular workday week here today, don't we? Because you're here for all 5 days this week, aren't you?
Well, I missed day one, of course, but yeah, it's hump day. It's hump day.
Wow, hey, it's the middle of the week. All right, no. So, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Here we are. I can't believe 1 week till the Mid-America Truck Show.
Yeah, you'll be getting all packed up and down there and getting your hotel room all situated and figured out, and I'm getting ready to go over there. And now you're going to be down there Wednesday, so you get to go in as exhibitors, so you don't have any problem getting in there with early there for Thursday for the VIPs. You don't have to.
Correct. Right. Yeah, we actually start doing our live thing, I think at 11 a.m., 11 Thursday.
Okay. Yeah, because the VIPs start flowing through there a little bit. And so
I think that's
so if you got
VIP is what, from 10 to 1, I think, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And then the general public, everybody, if you don't have a VIP badge, you get in starting at 1 o'clock.
Well, that'll be good then. Everybody will start coming in then, and it'll be the big show. So the only thing we have to wait to find out what's going to happen is the weather.
Yes, I kind of wonder.
Have you tried looking at any long range forecasts yet, or are you just going to wait until it gets a little closer because we can't change it anyway?
Well, at this point, the forecast I'm looking at only goes out to like next Wednesday. But Wednesday is showing maybe partly cloudy, 71 for a high, overnight low of 51. Not a bad way to start the weekend, if that holds true.
There you go. Well, we'll have to see what happens then. So, anyways, there. So, I was telling you there, I kind of follow this guy there on. Yeah, I see his posts every now and then. Check out a video. Charles Ewins there. He's to call him Charlie Trucker there, but he's supposed to be down there to the show, and I did find a way to get a message to him there, and he said that he spends most of the time out with a truck there, so he doesn't get inside to be involved with a whole lot of stuff inside. But he's kind of an interesting character if anybody ever wants to take a look at something there. He's pretty down to earth about what he does and puts out a video every day there. But he runs dump trailers there for a company up there out of upstate New York, about 35, 40 miles there from where I'm originally from. So it's kind of interesting to meet know of somebody that does that. And I don't know. Facebook's kind of a strange thing of its own, but hopefully you get to see all the old friends there, and maybe we get to hear something from Cue Ball. Where's Cue Ball been here?
It's been quite a while.
Somebody better go and knock on his door and see how come he's not out here in the overnight time. So anyways, but other than that, just not a whole lot going on right now. We're waiting for 1 o'clock so we can start doing a load so we can sneak through the sweetest place on earth. And of course, you know where that is.
Hershey.
There you go. Otherwise known as Hershey, Pennsylvania. And so we got a load to head that way. And other than that, we're just kind of hanging out and just kind of relaxing. I guess things are, I don't know. Hey, I guess I did say last night there that the hours of service, the exemption there has come to an end, and so we're back on to being normal truck driving. And I don't know. We'll have to see how this works out. I've gotten used to my working when I want to work and sleeping when I want to sleep schedule here. We'll have to see what we can do to get back to being a normal truck driver again. But any more on that? Going to retest every truck driver you were saying there?
That's been scrapped. The revised version introduced yesterday, and it's going to be brought up, I guess, in the committee today, sometime later this morning, according to the update.
So did somebody hear Big Ed, or did Big Ed make a phone call and everybody get scared?
I kind of wonder. As I said, maybe they were listening to us last night.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, with that, Your Honor, we'll let you go there and just sit back and see what other people got going. And I don't know. Maybe the new people that are coming to the truck show there. Maybe we should have a little discussion for them. Some of the people who have been there, and just make sure they bring comfortable old shoes that are good for walking. Don't go out and get yourself a brand new pair of shiny cowboy boots to wear to the Mid-America Truck Show. So, anyways, Your Honor, we'll let you go with that.
All right. Have a good morning. Let me give you the update. It was less than a month ago when President Trump, of course, called for the passage of Delilah's Law during the State of the Union. Efforts to pass the bill, which would tighten CDL standards, are already gaining steam. Representative David Rouser of North Carolina unveiling the amended version of House Resolution 5688, which is now referred to as Delilah's Law, the revised version issued this past day, aiming to ensure CDL holders are properly trained and meet safety standards, including proficiency in English. The amended version, though, which does not require all CDL holders to recertify, is going to be considered at a House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee hearing at 10 a.m. this morning, Eastern, Wednesday, March 18. Delilah's Law, referencing Delilah Coleman, who was a 5-year-old when she was severely injured in a crash involving a tractor-trailer driven by Partap Singh, who was later arrested by Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Coleman was actually a guest at the State of the Union when President Trump called for legislation to block illegal and unqualified drivers from obtaining a CDL. Commercial driver's license standards are in place for a reason, to ensure only those that are qualified to drive a truck are allowed to do so, according to Rouser, in a news release this past day. Delilah's story is the heartbreaking consequence of what happens when those standards are insufficient or breached. Unqualified, illegal foreign drivers behind the wheel of an 18,000-pound rig put the public in danger. President Trump called on Congress to end this systematic abuse. Delilah's Law answers the call. As we mentioned last evening, OOIDA supports the amended version of the legislation, closing loopholes that have allowed unqualified individuals to obtain a commercial driver's license through the non-domiciled CDL program, and ensuring full enforcement of English proficiency standards for professional drivers, among other improvements as well. So I guess the basic crackdown here is ensuring all CDL holders are proficient in English, placing drivers who fail to meet the requirements out of service, require states to verify that they're not issuing CDLs to illegal immigrants, significantly increase penalties for states that fail to comply with the law. It would ban foreign dispatch services and brokers, crack down on CDL mills to ensure drivers entering the industry are receiving adequate training. Of course, the previous version required the mandatory recertification for all CDL holders within 180 days of becoming law. Rausser's version, again, does not include that requirement. The FMCSA's final rule on non-domiciled CDLs actually took effect on Monday. Now, this House Resolution 5688, Delilah's Law, reinforces that DOT rule, essentially codifies it into law. OOIDA said the new requirements are common sense. Under federal regulations, states are required to obtain 10 years of driving history for all CDL applicants, but for foreign drivers, states were unable to obtain these records to examine a driver's history. In effect, foreign domiciled applicants faced a less stringent safety review than actual U.S. citizens and permanent residents. The DOT and the FMCSA have now addressed this inconsistent standard with the recently implemented final rule. We applaud the bill's provisions to improve entry-level driver training standards. Hey, we'll get the Grumps take on Delilah's Law just ahead. How about you? Any thoughts? 844-844-3388.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, Eskimo Mom, check it in. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, Wednesday, whatever day it is. Hey, we're 2 days till spring. 18 days to Resurrection Sunday. 48 days till the Ohio primary. I had my mandatory voting location manager training class earlier this past day. We have a Democrat, a Republican, a Libertarian, and in some precincts and communities, there also will have issues-only ballots, and it's going to take a crew of paid volunteers to help voters be able to choose who will run come November. I was warned that our Secretary of State is cleaning up the voter rolls. So if you're missing some information, such as a driver's license number or the last 4 digits of your Social Security number, you may be given a provisional ballot to help get the rolls updated. Meanwhile, roads so far much better tonight. The 24 hours ago were clear, 30 degrees in Owensboro, Kentucky. As I finish up my drop and hook here. Matthew says, hello. 32 degrees, cloudy in the St. Louis area. He, like many others, are fans of men's basketball, especially March Madness. He says, go St. Louis Billikens. All right, be safe out there, drivers. Thanks for the update. Gilligan, morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, cloudy, cold atop Fancy Gap, Virginia, 21 degrees. Keep it shiny side up there. Buckeye Boy, meanwhile, says, I get calls all the time from people who say they're dispatchers. They have a load for me with those foreign accents. I say, not interested, hang up, block them. So that's part of Delilah's Law, I guess. And so you have these so-called brokers and whatnot that are actually trying to dispatch loads here in the U.S., and they may be somewhere in India, if I understand correct. What do you say, Grump?
Yep, you're right. And I'm doing good. What do you know there, buddy?
Back in the saddle again. Enjoyed the weekend down in Georgia.
Yeah, I saw you was out and about. I was at home. This is like the 5th wedding anniversary I've been able to celebrate with my wife in the last, I think, 42 years. I think that's about what it is. Mm-hmm. So, that was kind of, different. So, anyway, I missed Big Ed talking about that last night. I was going to play the replay and see what he had on his mind there. But this is this bill right here, I'm glad they come to their senses and took that one provision out of it. And I think it's still going to have a lot of blowback here because they still keep talking about how it's going to destroy the economy if we remove the 437,000 immigrant drivers out of the driving rolls here in the United States. But I don't see how in the hell it would. They're already cutting the rates down to the bottom, and they said the spot rates, if they remove them, would jump up over $4 a mile, on average. And which, to me, I think that would attract a lot more of these shady brokers. Right now there is and I've seen estimates up to 25% of the brokered freight is from outside the United States. That's thanks to the good old internet. They can bounce them off servers here in the United States, and it looks like they're here or there or wherever. And within the lower 48, and they're dispatching these loads and stuff, but they're actually set up in India and China and places like that where they're actually taking over the freight. So Congress has its work cut out for it, but I guarantee you there's going to be somebody in the Democrat Party that's going to step up. If it makes it to the Senate, they're going to block it because they're going to look at you. They're going to swear up and down that, it's going to destroy the economy. everything that they've worked for and all this other garbage on immigration and you know yourself that it's nothing more than their open border views. They don't see a damn thing wrong with illegals over here killing people. They don't see anything wrong with that. And in fact, in their view, the person that they just run over shouldn't have been in their damn way to begin with. So this is going to be something right here it's going to take some pushing to get through. I think I hope the Republicans all band together on this and get it done and stop looking at this nonsense that it's going to cripple the economy. It's not. Because once you raise them standards up and you raise the rates up, the spot rates and stuff like that, it's going to attract more drivers. It's going to attract good drivers to come in here and they're going to fill those spots pretty damn quick, and that's something they're not talking about. I know Bill Graves is, he's been kind of pushing this, and I didn't see who put that actual provision in there. I know this has several co-authors of this amendment, or that particular amendment on that 180-day, complete recertification in 180 days. There's no way in hell they could do that. They know that. There's over 10 million CDLs that would have had 180 days to have everybody show up at the DMV to be recertified.
No way.
And on that recertification, the little fine print of that would also be physicals. I believe that's how that was written. The physical portion of it also, not just skills test, but also the physical portion on recertification. And it was asinine to believe that people that's been out here like myself, I've got 35 years out here on the highway, no tickets, no accidents, logged over, coming up on 5 million miles in that time. And yeah, it pissed me off to no end. I would not be a happy camper if I had to go into DMV and they would not invite me back. I guarantee you that would be a day right there. But guess who would profit from that? All these DMVs that are contractors, of course, they would love it. They would love a flood like that because they're getting, 10 cents on the dollar or whatever it is that, we're going to have to spend in the DMVs to get recertified. So they would absolutely love it. But it's, I don't know where this is going to go, man. I've read through this bill and I see where the Sikh right now out in California is still trying to push these lawsuits and things like that. And that's resonating now up in Washington where the Russians and the Ukrainians and everybody else that's here illegally that, or legally, I don't know, I don't want to just throw them all in that category, but where they're immigrant drivers and non-domicile drivers, they're trying to sue also. I just think it's odd that this has come to this in this country, Steve, where immigrants, that doesn't really have a legal right to be here anymore. Most of them have overstayed their visas, are raising hell thinking that they have a right to this part of our economy. And trucking is something that's been very vital. I mean, it's something that's just right up there like protecting this damn nation, like the military. I mean, we got to keep it moving. And I spent 21 years in the military, but this is something where, it's got to stay moving all the time. Mm-hmm. And when you got these cutthroats that coming in here, yeah, it's good for them. It's destroying the spot markets and the rates and every damn thing else. But the one thing it's not destroying is the economic value that is going on. So that's what the Democrats are looking at. Like they're contributing. They don't give a rat's ass what the rates are. They're just outside of that. They don't care about that. That's not what they're looking at. They're looking at the fact that the United States is or that Trump and everybody else, that the American truck driver and all the MAGA stuff, and everything is just anti-immigrant. That's not the reason behind it, and they damn well know it. But I guarantee you, like I said, these Democrats are going to push somehow to block this bill from ever seeing the light of day when it hits the Senate.
Well, based on the fact that right now the Department of Homeland Security is not funded because they want to fund everything minus Immigration and Customs Enforcement and the Border Patrol. That to me says they want the open borders and they want protections for people illegally in the country. And that's why we're seeing these outlandish 3 and 4 hour waits in some of the airport lines. So based on that stance, I bet he's right. Yeah, there's going to be opposition on the Democrat side saying this is all about being anti-immigrant. But hold the thought there, because we'll pause for a news update. Brought to you by Industrial Injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us for fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions from light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment. IndustrialInjection.com to learn more.
Costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Come join the Steve Summers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hot Shot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th to the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. An intelligence report reveals the late Iranian Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was unsure of his son's qualifications to succeed him.
The intel alleges Khamenei believed his son, newly elected Supreme Leader Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei, was not very bright or qualified for the role. The New York Post has cited 3 sources in a report saying the younger Khamenei may be gay, which is illegal in Iran. John Summers, USA Radio News.
U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi has been subpoenaed to testify on the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. House Oversight Chair James Comer says Bondi has valuable insight, calling for her testimony on April 14th. President Trump says he believes he's going to have the honor of taking Cuba.
Trump called the island less than 100 miles from Florida a failed nation and said, "I think I can do anything I want with it."
I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba.
The president's comments came the same day that Cuba's national electrical grid suffered a total collapse, leaving around 10 million people without power. It's the first major blackout since the U.S. effectively shut off the flow of Venezuelan oil to Cuba. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Hannity apologizes to Senator Fetterman over his past criticisms.
On a recent episode of his podcast, Fox News host Sean Hannity apologized to Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman, admitting he had misjudged him during the 2022 Senate race.
I had you all wrong. Everything I thought about you, and I really believed it, was wrong.
The two discussed their first meeting at Mar-a-Lago, Fetterman's independent approach to politics, and the importance of putting country over party. Fetterman emphasized he holds no grudges and values open conversation across the political aisle. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 46 points, the S&P 500 added 16 points, and the Nasdaq rose 105 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
A high-flying tax could put millions of dollars in L.A. County's bank accounts at the expense of airplane owners.
Los Angeles looking to cash in by taxing plane owners. L.A. County Assessor Jeff Prang says his office has been digging into the data and has found a way to tax almost 1,000 commercial and private planes valued at around $3.5 billion last year and this year. That'll generate about $38 million for the county. Prang says accurately identifying taxable planes has been tricky in the past, but new software has made it easier. I'm Jason Nathanson.
The death penalty will be sought in the shooting death of a Greensboro, North Carolina police officer.
The judge heard from prosecutors, family members, and many others regarding whether prosecutors should be able to seek the death penalty for Terrell McMillan. He is accused of shooting police officer Michael Horan inside of a Food Lion on Christmas Eve of 2024. Fox 8 reports the judge agreed, but has not yet set a trial date. I'm Scott Kimbler.
Pending home sales unexpectedly rose in February.
The National Association of Realtors cited improved affordability for driving the 1.8% increase in contracts signed from the prior month. However, pending home sales declined 0.8% year over year. The Midwest led the way in monthly gains for February, followed by the South and West. Pending home sales declined in the Northeast last month. I'm Matt Mattinson.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $3.79. Highest prices are found in Mono County, California, $6.38 a gallon, while Pawnee County, Kansas is down to $2.76. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, welcome back. Welcome aboard. For those just joining us, hello to our friends in Denver, Colorado, and surrounding areas joining us this hour as we make our way from time zone to time zone. Brand new day, Hope Day, 18th day of March. Denver going to be warming up as much of the southwestern U.S. over the coming days. Going to be talking highs climbing into the 90s in many areas, and some areas topping 100 degrees. You're actually going to feel more like early summer. And this is going to be sticking around. It's not going to weaken until this weekend or sometime maybe early next week. All right, monthly records. Yes, monthly records may be challenged. The heat could actually hold on into the weekend when a large area of high pressure develops through much of the atmosphere. That's what a heat dome is considered. You get very stable air. Clouds struggle to form. Rain, very unlikely. Temperatures continue to climb with each passing day. Los Angeles record highs will be challenged or broken multiple days through the rest of the week. Yeah, highs in the 90s right on through Thursday, maybe even Friday. The all-time March record, 99 degrees, set in 1879, may actually be challenged in L.A. Las Vegas, another area across the mountains and deserts. To the east, L.A., Las Vegas forecast to hit 90 degrees or higher through next Monday. Records could be challenged between now and Saturday. On some days, highs could exceed the previous record by 7 to 10 degrees. Phoenix as well. You're looking at forecast highs of near 106. Thursday through Saturday this week. You'd be breaking daily records by about 10 degrees. Further north and east, records could be challenged or broken on several days between now and the weekend in Salt Lake City. Albuquerque, New Mexico, records may be challenged or shattered multiple days between now and Saturday. Later this weekend of the weekend, record highs could be seen in the Denver area. Daily records during this stretch generally range from the upper 70s to middle 80s, warming up out west. All right, left off there. Closed out hour number one. Discussing trucking, Delilah's Law, which again will be coming up in a committee hearing at 10 a.m. Eastern Time later this morning. Welcome back, Grump.
Yeah, this is going to be government's got a handful of things that's going on with this, and it under Biden, I know a lot of in order to bring in more of the illegals that were here and give them CDLs and things like that. They did issue a lot of them the H-2B visas. We've always had a clearance for up to $66,000 a year coming in here under H-2B, but that's every job. Well, they diverted most of that over to the trucking industry. And the way they kept manipulating that was some of these people would be bumped up to what's called an EB-3 visa, which is a permanent resident visa. That's completely different. They're unlimited, basically. Mm-hmm. They can show proof that they can open a business here, and that's when all the Indian, drivers that flooded California were getting these lease trucks, that was provided for them, and they were getting these EB-3s. And once, the way I'm understanding that is, once you're issued an EB-3, when you change your status off an H-2B visa, then it opens up that slot again. So they just kept, cycling these damn drivers in here like that. But it's, we're still, the internet's still full, Steve, of all these big ATA companies that are pushing for more visa drivers here, and why I have no idea. It's, we've been in kind of a freight recession here, for a little while here. It hadn't been good. It hadn't been good anywhere, even in the food industry, in the beef and stuff like that. But, NAFTA kicked a lot of this in the butt when it started, got it going here. We didn't really have that many problems with any kind of visas until NAFTA, got going. And then they just decided how in the hell they're going to, bring all these workers in, because we exported so many jobs out. I think it was around 7 million jobs left this country. And, they were bringing crap back in, from Canada and Mexico and stuff like that. So they come out, Mexico, of course, they come up with that B1 and B2 visa, which is it's a visitor visa for like, if you just want to come across to work. They actually got it issued through their passports and stuff now. It's kind of authorized on it. So all they do is look at that, and they look at that fast card or the laser card or whatever the hell they got now, and they're like, oh, come on up. Well, how many of them people are staying? That's always been a problem here in this country is a lot of these visa drivers that come up here out of Mexico just get out of that truck and get in a truck here in the United States and start driving and making more money, and tell them come get the truck that's here. I think Trump's got his hands full, and I don't think he's looking at the big picture of this, or Duffy's not. Maybe he's doing everything that he possibly can, but until they shut down a lot of this activity that's coming in and get these Democrats to open up. When you got a group of people, Steve, that won't even stand up for a 5-year-old that got damn near killed by an illegal immigrant, and they sat there like potted plants, what does that tell the country? People don't look at that and say, well, hell, look at them sorry-ass Democrats. They don't look at it like that. They look at that, that half of the voting population looks at it like, well, why in the hell does Trump expose that like that? That poor immigrant, his life is ruined now. Who gives a rat's ass about that immigrant? I don't care if they open the border up and kick every one of their asses back across it. I mean, that's just the way it is right now, and that's the way I'll probably stay like that. That thought process forever. I mean, I'm just sick of looking at this industry in particular, how it's got run into the ground by greed and this. Hell, I don't know. I don't understand why that they look at the American truck driver like they're less deserving of a job here in the United States driving a truck than they do some damn immigrant that crawls across the border. And it's we're gonna and I don't think the American truck drivers, number one, participating enough in speaking out against this. They're not writing their congressman. They're not. I'll just flat tell mine, you vote for anything for an illegal immigrant, it'd be a cold day in hell before I vote for you. And that's a fact, man. I'm not gonna play that game with them. I mean, this is our livelihood and our jobs, and when you got illegals coming up here that's handed everything under the damn sun, it just blows your mind. And I'll tell you something else, man. I'm sick of this crap that's going on with these the government workers, the TSA agents. I know they can be a pain in the ass, but by golly, they're a necessity. There's what keeping the Al Qaeda idiots and people like that from getting on our planes and killing more people. And it's always the worker that suffers in these damn shutdowns, when they close the government up like this, and this particular thing here. Now, I get it. If you read through all the bills that's going on this particular SAVE Act and everything else, the Republicans put a lot of stuff in there, too, that they didn't need to put in there. They could have had a standalone bills on that, such as the no men and women sports and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They should have stripped that down to where it just flat is nothing but voter ID laws, period. And then worry about the rest of that stuff later. Let's get that in, they would have had a hell of a lot more Republicans in the voting booths, doing that than, voting for Republicans. It would probably shut the Democrats out because people are crazy. They're sick of this craziness. They're going to go with whoever, is the less crazy right now, and it's sure as hell isn't the Democrats. But it's, I don't know, man. I hope this bill passes, but I don't think it's ever going to see the light of day. I think it's going to be like so many others that get pushed out because some jackass in the Senate has the right to block it. Well, I mean, it doesn't fit their narrative.
Technically, I mean, the FMCSA, the rule that all this is pretty much already in the FMCSA rules that kicked in on Monday. This was supposed to kind of like codify it into law, right? So, I mean, it's still going to be there, isn't it?
It is. It's still going to be there. But getting it enforced is another thing. I mean, that's part of what's in 49 CFR is, of course, the English speaking requirement, the fact that I think right now what they're trying to do, though, for the most part, is clean up these visas, that's been handed out. And another thing was the fact that so many of them coming over here was seeking asylum. Well, as soon as they get a court date, they get work papers. They got work papers. California was just handing out CDLs. Right. Look at New York, no name issued on a CDL. How in the hell can that happen? I mean, it's just, and I've talked to a lot of different, DOT officers, and I'll pull into a scale. I mean, hell, I'll pull around back and go ahead and talk to them, and we'll, get their views on things. And Missouri and Iowa and Nebraska, they're all saying the same thing. We can shut them down, but when they call a tow truck and they spend $1,000 pulling that damn truck off the scale, we have no control over that, and they don't. They have no control over that whatsoever. They can't control that freight. When they pull it off, they take it to a truck stop. His ass is back behind the wheel because he gets in the truck with the record driver, and boom, he's back out on the highway until he gets caught again. And so, there got to be something different happening. I mean, especially, maybe get some stricter laws that's an arrestable offense instead of just a 10-hour shutdown until they figure out what the hell they're going to do with them. Right now it's not an arrestable offense, but I don't know, man. I tell you, this industry has just gotten so crazy over so many little piddly laws that really don't matter. But when you look at the big picture of it, there's a lot of things that they could have done different that does matter. And that's one of them, is get people that does not have a right to be in a truck off the trucks. You know what else surprised me, Steve, is the amount of truck drivers that is under the influence during these damn road checks and things like that.
Right.
It's still, when you look at 3 to 5% of the drivers that they pull into scales and stuff like that are failing alcohol test. And man, that's crazy. And that's not just immigrant drivers. That's, that's right here at home. So, what kind of standards do we need to do there? I mean, it's they're getting a lot of noise right now on the illegals, and that's something right there. But the alcoholics and the drunks and the drug heads and everybody else that's out here, driving trucks and stuff. We had a guy in our town, a Russian, that was running over mailboxes down, one of the highways there, Y Highway. He was going down there, going home, and he would just swerve over and hit people's mailboxes. When they got him out of the truck, he was .32. He was that damn drunk. How many bottles of vodka that clown sucked down on the way, wherever he was going. But, it's, and that's not something that's just, it's not unheard of. I mean, it happens all the time. They're always pulling people in for breathalyzers on scales and stuff like that. And man, it's just, we got a lot of cleaning to do in this industry, and getting the immigrant drivers out, the ones that should not be here first. I think that's a pretty good shot in the arm. But we got a lot of idiot drivers that we need to get off the damn roads anyway. So yeah, it might ruin the economy before it's over, and freight rates might jump up to $6 a mile if they really did a good house cleaning and got rid of all this trash that's out here. But we'll see what happens. But,
then you'd only have true professionals behind the wheel, though, right? That's supposed to be the case as it is, but all right, always good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in, Grump. There's a lot more on the plate right now at the FMCSA. As we know, just this week, the final rule on non-domiciled CDLs took effect. We're just talking about that. That's apparently just the start of the FMCSA's efforts to clean up the industry. They also want to ensure only well-trained and skilled drivers take the wheel of an 80,000-pound commercial vehicle. FMCSA Administrator Derek Bars at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce's Keep America Moving Summit yesterday announced that the agency has about 9 different rulemakings in the works, they tell us. More ahead.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey, by the way, the FMCSA administrator, Derek Bars, will actually be in Louisville for the Mid-America Truck Show there. I think, if memory serves, he will actually be addressing and holding a question and answer session on Thursday. And I think the assistant director, can't remember his name, and will be holding a Friday session. And all this is likely to be addressed there. Derek Bars presenting updates on regulatory changes and technology. Again, with sessions scheduled for both Thursday and Friday in the Pro Talks Theater there in Louisville. Discussions covering improvements to agency systems and technology that impact carrier compliance. They do say they will provide opportunities for attendees to ask questions directly to FMCSA leadership. But again, yesterday, Derek Bars said we have about 9 rules that we will try to push out this year. I know that's probably pretty aggressive, but that's our charge, and that's what we're going to do, because at the end of the day, this is about safety and making sure that we have the right carriers and the right drivers hauling our freight across the country. Now, last month, of course, Bars and Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy announced a broad plan of attack to remove unsafe truck drivers and carriers. The non-domiciled rule could remove nearly 200,000 CDL holders over a several-year period. They also announced additional efforts to crack down on these CDL mills, the chameleon carriers, and the fraudulent ELD manufacturers. During that conference on February 20th, Duffy said the work is just beginning. Now, during Wednesday's summit, Bars provided a few more details about plans for the DOT and the FMCSA to clean up trucking. They've already placed more than 7,000 driver training schools out of operation, they say. At the first of the year, we sent investigators across the country to look at the driver training schools to see if they're complying with the rules and the regulations. Do they actually have a curriculum to be able to train drivers? Do they have a truck to be able to do the training that's required? Well, come to find out, that wasn't happening at a lot of places. Although the FMCSA has not formally introduced a notice of proposed rulemaking regarding driver training schools, Bars said he wants a fresh start. My thought is just scrap the entire program the way it is today and start over. That way we get the bad actors out. Whatever the reform looks like through our rulemaking process, we just start from the day moving forward. From that day, the people who want to do it right have no problem doing that. They also plan to create some requirements for new motor carriers. New entrant training and testing should be making sure that if you want to be a new carrier, you should be able to show some proficiency in the motor carrier operational piece of this. There is a requirement for the FMCSA to implement this. Should have been done in 2012. We're going to move forward with that, fulfilling that statutory requirement that was mandated back in that time frame from the driver training school to getting your CDL to then also coming into the industry. We've got to start at the beginning and make sure we strengthen that up. We need to do everything we can to make sure you've passed all the barriers on the front end. It sounds like a pretty aggressive campaign there, but lots on the agenda. All right, looks like two-time world champion Bull Haller on board. He'll be checking in. We're about a minute from news break, so hang in there. Eagle is on board. It's 844-844-3388. Coming up, we'll get to plenty of other industry headlines and, of course, a lot to update with the ongoing in the Middle East. Of course, we're focused on continuing rising prices at the pump around the country. It's been a big topic of discussion around the water cooler. News, a service of industrial injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions, from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines, built for the trucks that can't afford downtime. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump suggested Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, may be dead or seriously injured following the recent U.S.-Israeli airstrikes.
They're all gone. My biggest problem is I have no idea who we're talking to because nobody ever heard of any of these people. They're all dead.
Trump says the reports are unclear and the U.S. does not know his current status. The Save America Act is moving forward in the Senate after Republicans voted to open debate on the voter ID bill. President Trump calls it historic. Passage remains unclear. Border Patrol official Gregory Bovino will retire at the end of the month.
Bovino led operations in Democratic-led cities, including Los Angeles, Chicago, and Minneapolis, where federal agents shot and killed 2 U.S. citizens during confrontations. He was relieved of his role in Minnesota shortly after January's fatal shootings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. I'm Lisa Carton.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old-school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Come join the Steve Summers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hotshot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th 26th to the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, moving forward at 844-844-3388. Going back to the Grump referencing too many drivers out there. Yeah, you look at the drug test failure rates and drivers found under the influence during roadside checks. Buckeye Boy said it. That amazes me. How do you get behind the wheel after drinking or taking drugs? To which Grump responded that many of these are what he refers to as functioning alcoholics. They appear sober as a judge until the blood's drawn or the breathalyzers administered. Now, oftentimes, no slurred speech that could even pass field sobriety tests. Okay. Promised we'd get to the two-time world champion bull hauler. What do you say, Lauren?
Morning, Steve. How are you?
Doing well.
Steve, I wanted to ask, I didn't hear the beginning of Grump's call there, but I know that a lot of these drivers are in opposition to this recertification in this Delilah's bill, and what I heard Grump talk about, that's the very reason that we need to do the recertification, is because of you get 50% of these trucks out here off the road overnight, and it clean the industry up overnight, and you get only the cream of the crop drivers out here. Because I can tell you this from my experience with lobbying, what's going to happen is now that they're opposing this recertification, these people that are doing this bill are going to look at that because they look at numbers. They don't look at single entities. They look at numbers. And if all these drivers were opposing having recertification, what they're going to do is they're going to go in and water down the rest of the bill then because they can get away with it. And they just need to it just blows my mind that these guys come on here and they complain about guys that are illegal here, that are immigrants, everything else, but yet they don't want to do the, go through a little bit of a hassle that it would be required to get recertified and get the right people out here on the road. So it just kind of blows my mind that, you know, we're saying one thing, but then we're doing another thing. And so I was just trying to get that figured out with why there's that opposition to that recertification, but then everything I hear them talk about would be solved by that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, what do you think? The whole prospect of, I mean, there's like, what, 3.5, maybe, you know, somewhere 3.5 to 4 million, I think, you know, commercial drivers. But, I mean, then you've got CDL holders, you know, millions of them that are like your bakery truck drivers and local delivery drivers. Is there any way in hell that you'd be able to get all them? Because they were putting like a 6-month time frame, 180 days for everybody to get recertified. I don't think the DMVs would ever be able to handle it.
Well, you'd have to, I think 180 days would be too short, but there's always there's this old saying that I like that I heard a long time ago, and that's you can if you will. And so if they could come up with the right kind of plan, they could go through there and they could weed a lot of these guys out of there, you know, because there's guys out here driving that shouldn't be on the road. We all know that. And now that there's been opposition to this recertification, you know, because what I'm hearing is we don't want a recertification, but we're real happy that they're going to go in here and kick these non-domiciled drivers off the road. Well, why are they going to do that? Because that's, you know, you're against the recertification. So why would they get hardcore about it? Because, like I said, they listen to volume. You know, and I know this from the lobbying that I'm doing. I've had those guys tell me that when you got one little group like an OOIDA goes in there, and OOIDA represents a lot of people, okay? Mm-hmm. If a lot of those people rely on OOIDA to go in there, and OOIDA's got a voice in that, but that's just one entity. But if all
And two-time ran out of cell somewhere out there rolling up and down the interstate. All right. So different take. A little bit of pain for everybody, in his opinion, to get the job done right. There you go. 844-844-3388. Let's jump over to a couple of Middle East updates here as we move forward. From the New York Post this evening, reporting that the U.S. military dropping 5,000-pound bunker buster bombs on underground Iranian missile sites near the Strait of Hormuz this past day. According to authorities, the massive attack announced by Central Command as the war has staunched the flow of shipping through the strait. A statement posted via X around 7 p.m. Eastern, stating hours ago, U.S. forces successfully employed multiple 5,000-pound deep penetrator munitions on hardened Iranian missile sites along Iran's coastline near the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranian anti-ship cruise missiles in these sites posed a risk to international shipping in the strait. Now, a U.S. official told CNN the munitions were the GBU-72 Advanced 5K Penetrator, an explosive first released by U.S. aircraft in 2021. The massive bomb was developed to overcome hardened, deeply buried target challenges and designed for both fighter and bomber aircraft, according to the U.S. Air Force press release in 21. As we know, the Strait of Hormuz effectively closed by the Iranian blockade, mines, drones, ships, halting 27% of global maritime energy, oil prices surging above $100 per barrel. President Trump, both publicly and via social media, has lashed out at European allies, including France and the UK, for their refusal to help reopen that crucial waterway. Now, In a video statement this Monday, Admiral Brad Cooper, commander of CENTCOM, said the U.S. will continue to rapidly deplete Iran's ability to threaten freedom of navigation in and around the strait. Our progress remains steady, and we remain vigilant against the enemy. Next headline, Iran panic, showing apparently Chinese satellite imagery tracking the USS Tripoli, LHA-7, carrying 2,500 troops across the Luzon Strait at high speed. New satellite imagery shows the USS Tripoli and elements of the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit rapidly advancing toward the Middle East, signaling a high-tempo deployment rather than a routine movement. Rapid movement through key sea lanes. The amphibious group was observed crossing the Luzon Strait, entering the South China Sea, moving west at speeds of 18 to 20 knots. The tracking data indicated about 678 kilometers from Manila on March 15. Continued movement along a southwest trajectory, likely route through the Strait of Malacca toward the Indian Ocean. Satellite tracking from Mizar Vision showing the group covering over 400 nautical miles per day, kind of reinforcing the urgency of this deployment. The composition of the USS Tripoli is operating alongside key elements of his amphibious ready group, including the USS New Orleans and the USS San Diego, while some early reports suggested destroyer escorts. Official tracking confirmed these ships are San Antonio-class amphibious transport docks optimized for marine deployment rather than air defense. Air power and Marine Force on board. The ARG carrying approximately 2,500 Marines and a powerful aviation component, including F-35B Lightning II stealth fighters, Bell Boeing V-22 Osprey tilt-rotor aircraft, attack and utility helicopters. This mix allows the force to conduct air support, rapid troop insertion, amphibious operations. The object to strengthen regional security. This is part of the broader Central Command effort to reinforce stability, particularly around the Strait of Hormuz. Key objectives: number one, protecting commercial shipping routes, deterring potential threats from Iran, providing rapid response options for crisis scenarios. The amphibious ready group offers flexible capabilities from sea-based operations to limited ground missions if required. Based on current speed and trajectory, the group's expected to reach the CENTCOM area of responsibility in approximately 2 to 3 weeks, adding significant combat power to the region. 2 to 3 weeks right now sounds like an awful long ways out as things stand there. Now, this was supposed to be, about a 4-week operation? We're in week 3 here at this point in time. 844-844-3388. Back into
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Yeah, in portions of the Midwest, it was a very ugly start to the day. Numerous crashes around Columbus, Ohio, Lafayette, Indiana, Boone County in Ohio. Areas impacted by, in some cases, a mere dusting, less than an inch of snowfall. But many areas encountered the black ice scenario, which we've got another round of pretty much the exact same thing going to be rolling through the region here through Wednesday morning. Take you through the heart of Indiana, where they issued a special advisory. Light snow developed after midnight in portions of central Indiana, reaching the remainder of central Indiana in the pre-dawn hours this Wednesday morning. That snow will continue into the morning rush hour before gradually ending by about noon. So again, exercise caution, be prepared for slick spots, especially bridges, overpasses, and untreated surfaces. I mean, it's going to be one of those, maybe a few tenths to maybe an inch at best. The highest amounts expected generally north of I-70, according to that statement. Then on down to the Weather Service office in Louisville, Kentucky. Maybe a dusting possible Wednesday morning. Light snow expected across southern Indiana, north central Kentucky from pre-dawn through mid to late morning. It's going to be light accumulation, but with the temperatures in the upper 20s, we could see some light accumulations, mostly half an inch or less. So, and that's all it takes to cause some real problems on the roadways there. Just be aware what's coming in. All right, promise we'd get to Eagle. What's happening, Eagle? Good morning.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Pick up the phone. Yep.
Okay.
There you are.
Yeah, I had the phone laying on the table. Okay. Yeah, I got some things I didn't get to talk about last night. It looked like he was pretty busy, so I didn't get a chance to call in. A lot of callers last night. Yeah, I want to talk about this situation before I get to the Iranian situation with Trump. I want to talk about what's going on with the Democrats, Steve. I already know we're going to be talking about this for the next 2 or 3 years, as long as Trump is in power. We're going to keep having the same conversation about issues in America. Okay? Now, but this issue here, the Democrats are totally out of line and totally ridiculous what these people are doing, because, see, it's only being done because they don't like Donald Trump and they want to make his life miserable. And the main guy, that Chuck Schumer piece of garbage, the Democrat, he's nothing but a backstabber. But as far as it goes, Steve, with this deal with the immigrants, everybody knows why that you should have to produce. You should have to produce a valid driver's license or some type of ID to vote in America. To be able to vote in, I don't give a damn what state you live in, from California to New York, every state you should have to prove that you're a U.S. citizen. But the Democrats don't see it that way, and you know why they don't see it that way, because this is the only way they can win the election in 2028 is if they let these illegals. That's why they want these. That's why they're trying to stop Trump from getting these illegals out of the country. That's why they're trying to stop, because those are the only people dumb enough to vote for Gavin Newsom or any other Democrat they can come up with. They're all losers. They have done nothing for their state that they're representing. The ones that are eligible to even be associated with the Democrats. So that's why they don't want these people, and that's why they're talking about this guy. What's this guy's name? Talking about he don't want no ICE people, ICE agents at the poll stations where people go. Why would that be, Steve? Because he knows that illegal people are going to be going to those poll stations, right? And they might possibly be arrested. So this whole thing is just a joke. It is an embarrassment. But see now they taking it to another level, Steve. Even some of your dumbest listeners that listen to your show can add this 2 + 2. Okay, right now, Steve, we're at a war with Iran, and these people have already said that they have sleeper cells in America. Okay, now we got American workers that work for the airlines, what they call a TSA, people that check the bags. And luggage, these people that keeps a terrorist from getting onto a damn airplane and blowing the plane up. They got the government shut down, so now we got thousands and thousands of TSA agents that are not being paid, and so some of those guys, and I don't blame them, I do the same thing, because I'm not going to go to work if I know I'm not going to get a paycheck on Friday. It's just that simple. I'm not working and not getting no paycheck. So that they're asking somebody, because they're asking these people to go to work without pay, and I don't blame them. So a lot of guys are quitting, so they're down on people, Steve. You know, down in Texas, down in Austin, they showed video of people standing out in a camera from the inside of the building out to the parking lot. Yep. People waiting in line 4 hours. 4 hours to try to get through to board an airplane. And even some of the Republicans have said, Steve, it's just a matter of time. You think those terrorists are not looking at that video and seeing people waiting in line 4 hours and saying to themselves, wow, that might be a good way we can get on one of these airplanes now, because now they don't have enough people checking bags and checking IDs and all that. Maybe somehow we can sneak on one of these planes and sabotage it. Okay, but they asked the Democrats, and the Democrats still don't want to make a deal with Donald Trump, even though they know that we're at war and we got some dangerous people in the United States that Joe Biden let in. They still don't want to make the right move. So now we down on those people. Here's another thing that people didn't probably know, Steve. I don't know if it's true. Maybe you could check on it during the break. They're saying that some of the people that are supposed to protect Donald Trump, the Secret Service agents, are not being paid. Now, can you believe that? You know, that's hard to believe it, because they've already said the Iranians want to take Donald Trump out. So now Donald Trump has to worry about Secret Service agents. Are they going to be available? Maybe get his own protection. So the Democrats have taken it to a whole nother level, Steve, when it comes to the hatred of America or either the hatred of Donald Trump. We already know they're not going to support this war with Iran. Anything he's associated with is not going to. I've never seen a country of people that live in the same country wish bad luck, Steve. You actually got people making videos saying that they hope that they lose, that the United States lose the war, and these are people, U.S. citizens, that are saying this, that they, just because Donald Trump is running things, they actually hope that things go bad for Donald Trump. That's really sad. If you I hate saying it's the same thing, but if you hate America that bad and you hate Donald Trump, you need to go ahead and get the hell out of the USA. If you hoping that Iran win the war or the U.S. come up short in this deal, you got a serious problem. You need to get the hell out of America, as far as I'm concerned, because we don't need you. Now, as far as the war goes, Steve, with Donald Trump is as they like to say, he's kicking ASS and taking names. He's getting the job done. He's put all these ships under the water. He's deleted all of their factories, missile factories, drones, you name it. He's done everything, eliminated all their leaders. Donald Trump has done everything that needs to be done. The only thing that needs to be done now, Steve, is to get the Strait open. And I found out last night. I told you I didn't know why he was sending the Marines. He might be sending the Marines. They say now, Steve, to take over the area that surrounds the Strait.
Correct.
Because they say they got people that eliminate those losers, and then they can control the ship. The ships will be able to make their way through the Strait of Hormuz. Is like they should be. Once he eliminates them guys, them losers, then everything will go according to plan. So hopefully they can go ahead and take them out and get things under control again. Because these people, Steve, these Iranians, they, for some reason, some guy on TV, they claim they took out another leader today. For some reason, they say they're not going to give up. They're not going to give in. But before it's all said and done, they'll be begging and pleading for the United States to go and get the hell out of Iran.
Yes, they will. And right there, we got to pause for a news update. Brought to you by Industrial Injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more with fuel injection turbochargers, complete engine solutions. IndustrialInjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
They have no leadership. The leadership is gone. But then they set up a new leadership to go and name a new leader, and that leadership is gone. And now they think maybe the sun is gone.
President Trump suggested Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, may be dead or seriously injured following the recent U.S.-Israeli airstrikes.
They're all gone. My biggest problem is I have no idea who we're talking to because nobody ever heard of any of these people. They're all dead.
Trump says the reports are unclear and the U.S. does not know his current status. President Trump is calling out the UK for what he sees as its lack of support in the Iran war.
Speaking from the White House, Trump included the UK in countries that he said are not helping to secure the Strait of Hormuz against Iranian aggression. Trump said the U.S. has helped the UK for decades in times of war and is our oldest ally. Trump spoke with the British Prime Minister over the weekend, who said they are having ongoing discussions about the Strait. Iran has attacked tankers in the vital waterway where about 1/5 of the world's oil passes through, which has led to a surge of gas prices in the U.S. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The Save America Act is moving forward in the Senate after Republicans voted to open debate on the voter ID bill. President Trump calls it historic. Debate could last weeks. Passage remains unclear. Border Patrol official Gregory Bovino will retire at the end of the month.
He revealed his decision while speaking to Breitbart on Sunday. Bovino led operations in Democratic-led cities, including Los Angeles, Chicago, and Minneapolis, where federal agents shot and killed 2 U.S. citizens during confrontations. He was relieved of his role in Minnesota shortly after January's fatal shootings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. I'm Lisa Carton.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 46 points, the S&P 500 added 16 points, and the Nasdaq rose 105 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
Daytona Beach spring break broke out into panic after multiple shootings.
Spring break celebrations in Daytona Beach turned chaotic this past weekend as reports of multiple shootings sent crowds running. Police confirmed one officer was hospitalized after being struck, while authorities arrested more than 130 visitors for various violations. Officials later clarified that some initial shooting reports were mistaken, caused by loud noises on the beach. The incidents highlight the challenges of managing large, unsanctioned gatherings while ensuring public safety. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
Repairs are being made to the Temple Israel in West Bloomfield, Michigan, after a man rammed his pickup truck into the synagogue last week before killing himself.
Jewish Family Services of Metropolitan Detroit's also offering counseling for community members impacted by the attack. CEO Perry Oron says it was a miracle no one else was seriously injured or killed.
Built this crisis response team years ago, kind of like building fire truck, hoping you never have to use the fire truck. And oh my gosh, we've had to use it over and over and over again.
The nonprofit Common Ground is also offering mental health support. John Summers, USA Radio News.
A 59-year-old San Antonio man, known online as Cheer Dad, was arrested for attempting to groom children.
He intimated to us that he's actually at certain times met with young ladies for sexual activity.
Sheriff Javier Salazar says the suspect, Lawrence Paul, admitted to illicit chats and may have other victims. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
us roll into a brand new day from coast to coast. Good to have you with us. Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Midweek coming our way already. Hump Day as we reference it. All right, I'm glad I came across this little blurb because I would have been one of those individuals out there wondering what the hell's going on. Are we being attacked by Iran or what? Ohio, the state, will be holding a statewide tornado drill and test later this morning at 9:50 a.m. In other words, the sirens will sound for approximately 3 minutes, they tell us. This serves as not only a test of the equipment, but a reminder to have a safety plan in the event that a tornado warning is issued. They always advise do not rely on outdoor warning sirens. As the technology is outdated, it's only useful, really, it's for people that are outdoors in the immediate area of a siren. You're advised always to have multiple ways to receive warnings, weather radios, built-in phone alerts, apps. As we head into severe weather season, have a safety plan in place. As we know, severe weather can change rapidly, and oftentimes minutes could actually save your life. So 9:50 a.m. this morning, I would have been thinking to myself, what's going on? We don't have severe weather. Hey, the Grump wanted to respond to the two-time world champion bull hauler. Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I heard what Lauren was saying. It's not about whining about something. All right, the fact is that they should not be driving. All right, we jumped through a hell of a lot of hoops with our certifications. I got a 2-year physical. You get, Missouri's license course is I think it's 10 years is what it is. But they have the opportunity every 2 years or a year, whenever your physical comes due, to go into the DMV, but they changed that. All right, it's supposed to be going over there from the doctor's office. At that point in time, we could have went into the DMV, and what they're talking about on this recertification is to void your damn license and have you go completely through everything again. And that is, to me, that's crazy. That's asinine to even consider that. Now, I don't know if Lauren is aware of what they're talking about. He didn't act like he was, because they've, of course, the cattle haulers has raised enough hell about e-logs. They don't want them. They wanted extended hours so they can drive longer, things like that. So, there is that, and their accident rates are up, according to the FMCSA, for not just on cattle hauling, but on livestock period. Hauling livestock period, the accident rates went up. But that has nothing to do with the way Lauren drives. Maybe Lauren, he's probably a hell of a good driver, a good safe driver, things like that. He don't think he needs this or needs that, to improve his record. I don't think so. I think he's been around the business a good while. Nor do I think I need to be completely wiped out of the damn system and have to go back through a recertification process that I've already done 30-something years ago. I've been doing this business for a long damn time. And the problem is when you look at my DOT physicals versus these immigrants that are coming over here, did anybody stop to look at the rate of them? 72% of them people don't even have a damn DOT physical. The state of California just willy-nilly gave them a license, and that's the problem. It's not the fact when you look at the amount, and we talked about the functioning alcoholics and the drug addicts. All right, if there are 5% of the industry out here, there's people that knows what they are. They know damn well that they're using drugs, that they're alcoholics. They may hide it from DOT, or they may be functioning where they can get out here. My father was a functioning alcoholic. He could do any damn thing he wanted to do, and he would pass any sobriety test you throwed at him. You never heard his speech slurred or anything like that, but he liked his bourbon. And there's a lot of that goes on out here, Steve. But we don't have to kill the whole damn industry just because 5% of these drivers are that are getting by with it. They're going to get caught. That's just a fact. They will get caught. They'll screw up, whether it's killing somebody, I don't know. I hope not. Or whether they get caught on a scale on a random check, with a breathalyzer or just a regular sobriety test or whatever. I hope it's a breathalyzer because they're going to pass a sobriety test. But that's the problem. We do not need to just completely wipe out the industry, the legal drivers that are here doing this, just because we got a bunch of bad players that were handed damn CDLs by the Obama administration from that point on up, and that's when it started. And look at Biden, that was, like I said, they kicked, out of the 66,000 H-2B visas that were coming over here, 3/4 of them were going in the trucking industry because they had to fill a spot. So that's what they were doing, giving them CDLs. Now, I got to disagree with you, pal. I think the world of Loren. I always appreciate what he has to say and everything. He's very knowledgeable in the industry, but we don't kill the industry just because we got a bunch of bad actors in it. We need to single them out and get rid of that bunch. You don't take my CDL because I'm doing it right. I haven't had any accidents or anything in the nearly 35 years I've been driving a truck. That's just the way it is. That's my thoughts on it, or anybody else. I wouldn't expect them to take Lawrence either. He's been in it a long time, to screw his certification up or anything else and make him jump through hoops because you got bad actors in the, cattle hauling business or still chewing on the toothpicks and taking the drugs and crap like that to stay awake. He needs to go back over some of the stuff that's happened in the state of Missouri, over the years, like out at Harrisonville when they had that guy had that wreck out there and, killed all them cows and stuff. But it's and that's not blaming him. That's not saying anything about Lauren. That's just saying that that there's things that goes on in this industry that does not need to happen, but it needs a collective effort to control that with other drivers. I mean, hell, if somebody's out here drinking and driving and stuff like that, I'll turn them in a damn second. I don't care if that person wraps a damn truck around a tree or whatever and kills himself, but I don't want him out here killing my family or yours or anybody else's. So yeah, I'll say something about it, but that's not the problem. We don't know what's going on with these immigrants. We don't know a damn thing about what's going on how they got their license, whether they went through the same kind of process that we had to go through. I'm guessing that the answer is no, they did not. They were just handed a driver's license, their butt stuck in a damn truck, and the next thing you know, they're able to lease that truck and have their status bump from an H-2B up to an EB. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Hell, that's just giving them, more of what they don't need, and it's just putting us in danger, man. It just, we've allowed this industry to go to hell in a handbasket just for stuff like that. And I don't think for 1 second that we need to everybody be wiped off the drive-in rolls and then have to go back through this whole process. Number one, six months for all of that, that's ridiculous. If they was going to do anything, check you out in 2 years when you go for your physical, or 1 year, or whenever it is, to see if you can actually drive. At that point in time, hell, go to the DMV. Have them go to the DMV on spot checks and say, take your birth certificate, take this, take that, and do it that way instead of just completely knocking out a system that has worked fine up until these liberals decided to turn it over to the damn illegal immigrants. And that's my 2 cents on it.
All right. Very good. Differing opinions in some cases. Hello, Spaceman. He chimes in via Facebook. All he had to say was, recertification D's nuts. I got you. We were talking this ongoing Homeland Security shutdown, right? Where the Democrats are pulling their little political stunt, fighting. They want to offer no money for Immigration and Customs Enforcement or the Border Patrol, which anyone with a lick of common sense would see clearly. They're they're supporting open borders, and they're supporting those that are already illegally in the country. They don't want ICE out there getting them out. But the trade-off is you've got all the air traffic workers, the transportation security workers there that are supposed to be screening, trying to make sure the bad actors don't get on a plane and kill several hundred people or more. The acting Deputy Transportation Security Administrator, Adam Stahl, warned this past day that we're seeing these incredible lines, hours and hours, people waiting to get to the security points. In cases, people are missing their flights. I got to the airport 2 hours early, and I didn't get through security. Now, he said this past day that we could be facing smaller airports actually being forced to shut down if more security workers begin calling out or quitting amid this ongoing Homeland Security shutdown. They're not getting their paychecks. Stahl said the TSA has already depleted their National Deployment Office of all available workers, spreading their resources as thin as they could go. At this point, we are fully stretched. Speaking on Fox and Friends this past morning, he said, frankly, there's not much else we can do. As the weeks continue, if this continues, this is not hyperbole to suggest we may have to quite literally shut down airports, particularly smaller ones, if the call-out rates go up. A lot of these officers can't afford to come in. Union leaders representing TSA workers warned on Monday that every available financial option has been exhausted. Agents are now coping with eviction notices, vehicle repossessions, empty refrigerators, overdrawn bank accounts. Stahl said some TSA workers are living paycheck to paycheck, sleeping in their cars, or even having blood drawn to afford their expenses. I spoke to one officer who couldn't afford care for her child with special needs. About 300 TSA officers have quit at this point, according to Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. And a TSA spokesperson told Fox Digital the nationwide call-out rate has shot up to 10.19%. Now, that's compared to just 2% before. Stahl called on Senate Democrats get to the negotiating table, imploring them to reopen the Department of Homeland Security. I believe it's frankly unconscionable. We have Senate Democrats that are holding our folks' financial livelihood hostage over political games, political partisanship. We really need to get back to normal order. If there's not action taken, particularly from Senate Democrats, this is going to get worse. It's not going to get better. There will be significant pain for the passengers. Separately, airport security wait times are climbing. Of course, the Department of Homeland Security squarely putting the blame on the shoulders of the Democrats. The official X account for Homeland Security posted a video on Sunday noting there are new security lines out the door. Travelers at an unnamed airport lined up for screenings in line so long they stretched into the parking garage. Americans are now missing flights because of the Democrat shutdown. Their political stunt is forcing patriotic TSA officers to work without pay, leading to financial hardships, absences, crippling staffing shortages. Enough is enough. Democrats must fund Homeland Security now. The TSA shared the post and signaled agreement, stating enough is enough. The Democrat shutdown of Homeland Security must end. So you have both Department of Homeland Security and the TSA. They're not the only ones blaming Democrats for the long lines, which in some cases reaching wait times of 3 hours. Senate Majority Leader John Thune from South Dakota contended the Democrats have been refusing to compromise on Homeland Security funding. They keep telling us they're serious about funding the agency, but their actions speak louder than their words. Negotiations have been going now for well over a month. asserting that the two offers the Democrats have put forward were basically the same. That was no money for Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, no money for Border Patrol. If Democrats are really serious about taking action on this issue, they'd be working overtime to arrive at a compromise. But they're not. They don't even want to sit down, says Thune.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Come join the Steve Summers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hot Shot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th to the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Who's kind of kicking off his work week. It's a Monday for him. And I know he's going to talk a little bit about what's going on in NASCAR. I did have a story, but didn't get around to it last evening. When it comes to Chevrolet, in the world of NASCAR, anything that runs in NASCAR is supposed to be something you could actually purchase, right? It's supposed to be a stock car. And for years, the Camaro has been the base of the body for the car used in the Cup Series. Yeah, they've been incredibly successful with the car, but they stopped the road production back in 2024. Ever since, they've kind of rebranded the Cup car to simply the ZL1. As of now, there doesn't seem to be any major update regarding that, but as the Pennzoil 400 at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway proceeded, there was some commentary chatter regarding the meeting that was set up in Vegas for this week. As per this, Chevy is preparing to add a new model to their showrooms, which would leave NASCAR fans pleased. Following up, this seems to be the sensible thing. Chevy will soon be producing the 6th gen of the V8 engines. Considering they've been using the Camaro since 2018, it might be time for an upgrade. A new car could potentially have slightly upgraded aerodynamics. Right now, there's 17 charters running in the Cup Series signed with Chevrolet. Of course, the most successful team, Hendrick Motorsports, also runs Chevy. So any change that the manufacturer is planning would be a massive change for almost the entire field. Yeah, this could be huge as Chevy rolled out with a new body design for the 2026 season. a revised front grille, a larger hood power dome, more pronounced rocker panels. Taking cues from the Camaro ZL1 Carbon Performance package, but interestingly, the Camaro design stayed as Chevrolet didn't have a consumer vehicle ready to replace the iconic car. Ever since the whispers of a new consumer car hit social media, fans, they tell us, have been hyped, already speculating what might the next move be. What might it be? Well, hello, Brain Dead.
Well, hello, Steve. How was your trip?
Everything went smoothly. Nothing like driving with the idiots out there. Several times having to slam on the brakes for dumbasses, but thankfully we made it there and back in one piece.
Well, isn't that every day in Cincinnati?
Hey, that was Kentucky. It was Tennessee. It was Georgia. They're out there everywhere.
True. Oh, where do you begin, buddy? Yeah, that Chevrolet body, that really's not worked this year. I mean, if you go look at, like I said, at the Phoenix race, they've only led one lap during the whole race, and that's been their whole problem with this package they've got is the intermediate package. It just can't get, just really can't get traction. And there's supposedly, and I'm using the air quotes, there's supposedly all these AI pictures and renderings of the El Camino and the Camaro and all of that. That's all just AI generated crap. Nobody knows. GM has kept this way under lid. They've showed this off to the dealers. They had a big dealer convention, I think, out there. I think it was like you were saying. But they showed the car off, but nobody will comment or say exactly what it looks like. And it's going to be interesting to see how this car performs too, because see they got that 750 horsepower package, and the one thing that really got them out here in the Phoenix and the Vegas tracks was tires and pit and tire management and pit strategy. I mean, when you go look at what happened with Kyle Larson in Vegas and Ryan Blaney, they had tire issues with back and forth. Same thing kind of with, the pit strategy. I mean, Ty Gibbs finished third. I mean, he's getting there. Ty Gibbs is getting there and knocking on the door to get a win, but, he's always coming up the bridesmaid, which kind of leads me into the whole, have you heard the new NASCAR update, Steve-O?
NASCAR? No, what do we got? Well, you know what? Hold that thought there. We got to get a news break in here. Be right back.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump suggested Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, may be dead or seriously injured following the recent U.S.-Israeli airstrikes.
They're all gone. My biggest problem is I have no idea who we're talking to because nobody ever heard of any of these people. They're all dead.
Trump says the reports are unclear and the U.S. does not know his current status. The Save America Act is moving forward in the Senate after Republicans voted to open debate on the voter ID bill. President Trump calls it historic. Passage remains unclear. Border Patrol official Gregory Bovino will retire at the end of the month.
Bovino led operations in Democratic-led cities, including Los Angeles, Chicago, and Minneapolis, where federal agents shot and killed 2 U.S. citizens during confrontations. He was relieved of his role in Minnesota shortly after January's fatal shootings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. I'm Lisa Carton.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Come join the Steve Summers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hot Shot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th to the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Pick it up where we left off, which was the very latest in NASCORT. What's going on now?
Oh, well, this is the whole Joe Gibbs Racing, Chris Gabehart, stealing secrets. Joe Gibbs Racing needs to quit living in the past. I mean, come on now. You have a single source supplier for all of your engines, all of your transmissions, all your body parts, your panels. You have single source supply. What secrets are there? Number one. Number two, you can go and look at any of the SMI data and go pull up and how to tweak things from this race to this race. Because a bunch of these tracks, like Vegas, Phoenix, Charlotte, etc., you're going back twice. So if this setup doesn't work, tweak it a little bit and see what happens. Because every driver has a different driving style. But you have because you've seen over the years all of these crew chiefs that get fired and go to this team. Well, what's to say they're not stealing secrets as well? Mm-hmm. What's to say they're not taking their notebook with them as well? This, to me, is a bogus BS lawsuit that it should not even be remotely entertained in the courts. I mean, come on now. This is garbage. But now let's get back to the Vegas race. It was really good to see Denny Hamlin win that race for many reasons. Because his parents were not there when he won number 60. And yes, his dad passed away over the holidays. And yes, his mom was there to celebrate number 61. So, yes. But now we're coming up to some of the tracks that he likes to run. And what's to say he can't do 4 in a row, Steve? What's to say it? Because you've got Darlington, Martinsville, and Bristol coming up. Say he couldn't do 4 in a row. I think he probably could if given a chance. If given a chance. So, but F1 did cancel their races in Bahrain and Saudi Arabia. I knew that was coming all day long. I get why they did it. They're not going to replace it on the calendar because, like we've said before in the past, it takes so long to plot and plan these races. It's just feasibly not enough time to get something prepared. Because when they were setting the schedule down last year, none of this was going on. The Iran was just the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks, something like that, if I remember right.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no time to really prepare. So it really is kind of. I mean, it is what it is. So, but other than that, Steve, we're getting ready for opening day, buddy. And you know what? I'm gonna be on vacation that week, so I'm gonna be able to catch the Cardinals home opener there.
How about that?
Yeah, can you believe it's almost baseball season, buddy?
Righto. Is it going to be one of those baseball seasons that kicks off with maybe snow at some of the stadiums?
Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Could be. It could be.
Hey, I would give anything to see a snowball game. I mean, honest and truly. But you know, our good friend Rick Friend, you know, we need to have a discussion with him. I think he's finally drinking the Kool-Aid and coming over to the dark side, Steve. I think he is a closet Cardinals fan. He just don't want to admit it. He's a closet Cardinals fan.
Yeah.
I'm proud of Rick. You know, he's finally coming over, buddy. But I got to go do that nasty 4-letter word. We'll holler at you later.
All right, off to work you go. Yeah, Rick, I can hear him now. He's out there cussing you. Ain't no Cardinals fan. It is 844-844-3388. All right, Senor Heatwave coming up momentarily. First, will you head down somewhere in the Sunshine State? What's going on this morning, Philip?
Oh, not much, man. I'm getting a little heat there between Lauren and Grump, man. What do you think there, Steve?
Some differing opinions. That's what it's all about, right?
Absolutely. But there's arguments on both sides of the deal. My chime in on it is there's a lot more than these over-the-road truck drivers that are going to be affected by a CDL reset. You think about all the guys that do the maintenance work on the trucks. You think about all the folks that work in other industries that involve a CDL, like, say, for instance, the people that work for the folks that have trains, that have to maintain rails, that have to have a CDL to drive their truck, that they have to help, you know, that carries the equipment to maintain rails. It's not just the over-the-road truck driver that's going to be affected by this. I will say this much, and this is kind of the same thing with what's going on now with the TSA. If these people had to pay for this out of their pocket, like, say, their physicals or anything that takes to maintain a CDL, and Grump and a lot of the owner-operators do that, and there's a lot of us that maintain their CDL out of their pocket, I think that would change a little bit of the industry as well. They wouldn't be these massive carriers paying for somebody's physical when they hire on. You know, they have to make sure that all that stuff's legit before that person is even hired, and that person themselves would have to maintain it. If we did that, that would thin out the herd as well. Okay? And as far as the TSA thing goes, I think that we need to get all of our congressmen, anybody that's, if we've got a government shutdown right now, Steve, right, and we pay for their travel costs, I think we need to let them pay for their own travel costs because, hey, the government shut down. We don't have enough money to pay for stuff. You're not going to be flying in a private jet to Washington. You're going to be flying on Southwest or any of the common carriers out there, the air carriers, just like all the rest of us regular Joes do. And you're going to stand in the line when that TSA guy isn't there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a side that we need to put into our legislation. Let's make it to where all these folks have to fly with all the rest of us here. And then they will understand. Like, Steve, if this thing goes bad, right? Now, let me ask you this. Is the air traffic controllers going to be affected in this one if it keeps going the way it's going?
Not to my knowledge. I think that, they passed government funding, everything but Homeland Security, right?
Okay. Well, let's say, for instance, if this got down to the air traffic controllers as well as TSA, that like these people are not making any money and they're working, that's fine. Let's just pull all that stuff out. Let's just have people walk into the airport, get on their airplane, and go where they needed to go. Okay? And then let's see how people would understand what the deal is about safety and all this other stuff. Let's just pull it all out. Air traffic controllers, we don't need them. Just pull them out. You know what? If we can't afford to pay for them, let's pull them out of the deal, and let's let people understand what it's like when you have 4,000 airplanes in the same place. Okay? And you have airplanes on top of each other that could literally hit each other.
Mm-hmm.
All right? That's what we need to do. If people don't understand what's going on, well, let's just pull it all out. Pull it all out. Who needs that guy standing there at TSA to check you in to see if you've got a gun or not in your luggage? All right? And somebody gets irate up on the airlines, somebody's in the airplane, they get mad, it's because they didn't get their drink and they're going to whoop somebody's tail, and the stewardess ain't got nobody that can help her on the plane when they have air marshals that ride with them sometimes back in the day. Remember that, Steve?
Right.
Let's pull all that stuff out. And then people would understand what it's about. Okay? I've got a friend who is actually helping with fundraising for TSA right now. Him and a bunch of folks are getting together to help out these TSA agents. Because in Orlando, that airport has got a ton of them. They've got a ton of them that it's on the news every day down here that they're just quitting and pulling out because they can't afford to work there no more. I mean,
right.
When your gas jumps 50 cents in 2 days, which it's done with us down here, in 2 days we've jumped 50 cents in price. Do you got to make a choice? Do I eat? Do I buy the gas to go to work to make a paycheck? What are you going to do here, folks?
Right.
It's one of them deals. And there's a lot of us that are out there that are like that. It's like, okay, when do I pull the plug? And as far as Iran goes, I heard that we dropped some bunker busters out there. 5,000-pound bunker busters. That's a good thing. I am kind of understanding it more now. Steve, everybody has been up and down about Zelensky from Ukraine, right?
Correct.
Hasn't everybody been up and down about him? Did you by chance catch any of his speech he gave yesterday to the folks in London and the UK?
I saw a headline, something akin that he's ready to try to help us, but what's he going to have to offer? That's what I'm not understanding. What's he got?
Okay, here's what he's got. This little thing that Iran is using a lot of called drones. You're hearing a lot of this drone. That's all you're hearing about?
Absolutely.
Okay, so what he and the Ukraine have done is they have developed a system that takes out drones. Just like, how we have that system that takes out missiles that we gave Israel and everybody over there. We even actually gave Ukraine some of that stuff for Russia to take out missiles. They call them the Patriots. Well, he has a system that's kind of the same thing, but it concerns drones. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And he explained yesterday in his speech that Ukraine had to step up the plate with Russia when they started getting more into drone warfare. So then Ukraine said, hey, we see something here we need to get into. Let's get into this drone warfare thing. And what they've got, essentially, is drones fighting drones. Okay? Okay? It's like Top Gun without nobody flying the plane. Okay? And they are using it against Russia. And they want to make a deal out of it and come in to help us with it. They talked to UK yesterday about it. They've talked to a lot of countries about it. They want to get there to make their country money. They want to get into this drone technology that's out there. And he said it yesterday. AI is everywhere. And when it gets into drones, it's going to be even bigger than what it is now, Steve. A lot bigger. And he did have a good, valid point that he made in his speech. Once this AI gets into the system, fully into the system, you know, we all talk about Terminator and all that kind of stuff. Well, this is going to be like the beginning of that, okay? And it's something that we got to pay attention to. And he did have a valid point on it. Now, do I care about that guy? Not all the way in a sense. I'm telling you, I mean, there's some lines with money that has been thrown around Ukraine that's been kind of strange. But the one thing that he did make a point of yesterday, and he showed his system. He showed how it works and what they're doing over there against Russia. I imagine the Russians were watching this speech like a hawk because, I mean, he had televisions with stuff going on behind him talking about different things. And guess what, Steve? This whole speech was in English. Even though his English is broken, he talked the whole time to them in English, which amazed me. Because, you know, how many times have we seen him sitting there and he's in an interview and he won't talk English occasionally, but he goes back to his primary language. But yesterday, his whole speech was in English. Now, it was broken. Don't get me wrong. His English is not fluent. But it amazed me that he talked in English the whole time. So, kudos to him. Now, Steve, there's something else I want to go. Before I go, I want you to take a look at. And I'm still doing research on it. I know I talk a lot about Grady Judd on this show. I heard that Grady Judd and a bunch of the sheriffs are taking a different stance on illegals now. I'm still researching the story. I've still got to check it out. If you can and you have time, could you research it as well? And then also, Steve, have you heard about all this rumbling with spring break down here in Daytona?
Yeah. Four separate shootings over the weekend. Chaos.
Okay, dude, it's like almost like a Super Bowl down here now. We've got a zone that you go into, and if you get busted in this zone, it's like 4 times what you're going to face normally, okay? What they're having a problem with these people that are going on the internet and setting up these things that are these takeovers and these different things on their internet. They're not planned events, and they're going in and they're bringing in a ton of people, and they're causing chaos. And Sheriff Chitwood, he's going nuts with it. He's tired of it. I mean, you can see some of the pictures of all these people on the beach running around doing crazy stuff. You know, they don't want that. So they're watching you, though, if you do come down here. So, but that's all I got today. Bud, you have a good one, and thanks for having me.
Appreciate you checking in there. All right, spring break, Daytona Beach. Gunfire. 4 separate shootings under investigation. As Philip just mentioned, Sheriff Chitwood said 133 have been arrested at Daytona Beach and New Smyrna Beach over the weekend. And the Daytona PD investigating 4 shooting incidents. Now, they do say these shootings are not connected. There's a video that's kind of gone viral showing hundreds of people like running on the beach, trying to escape. Nothing to do with that video. They had a 12:15 a.m. Saturday. One shot fired in a club. Nobody was hit in that one. Then, about 30 minutes later, 12:44 a.m. Saturday, 18-year-old male from Gainesville shot and injured. 10:47 p.m. Saturday, a 59-year-old Daytona Beach male shot and injured. 11:15 p.m. Saturday, a 19-year-old female from Atlanta shot and injured. Police said none of the shootings, again, connected to video showing massive crowds of people running across Daytona Beach over the weekend. 'Tis the time of year, thousands flocking to Daytona Beach spring break. Well, Senor Heatwave, how's your week starting out?
Oh, it's all right. Morning, Senor. Yeah, I was going to say that a lot of us out here are veterans or military retirees. You have retired police, first responders. We all have gone through a background check to get into the career field that we were in prior to becoming truck drivers. And I believe, I don't know. When an applicant takes the test and they have to have an interpreter, is that open for investigation? Do they have record about these different individuals needing an interpreter to figure out what the hell they're testing on? And for those that are illiterate, but they're functional, do they need to have someone that will explain to them what these words are on the test? Now, if that's the case, then they already know who they need to get out of here. Am I right?
Oh, that would be correct. For all the states that had been offering CDL tests, in some cases, California, I think 20 different languages. I guess they should be able to look in the records and see who had to take the test in a different language. Red flag.
Bingo. Get them out of here. And if it's going to take 200 to 400,000 people out of here, I'm all right with it. More than likely, we're all going to get a jump in pay because freight's going to be out there and it's got to go, and it's going to go to the highest bidder to get their freight out of here. And I may lose you here because I'm on US 64 in Shiprock, and there's a big old mountain there. So I lost you, didn't I?
No, we got you. We still got you.
Oh, okay. Don't scare me like that, man. So anyways, that would be my suggestion. Get these people out of here that have had assistance with these tests. There's only one language out here we're supposed to use, just like the airlines all over the world, English. And I think the reason why they use English is because the first flyers was from here, an English-speaking country, the Wright brothers, Orville and Wilbur. And that's just been standard, I guess. So, anyways, yeah, I thought the expeditionary force coming in was supposed to go to what is that?
The island. There's all this speculation. Are they going to the island? Are they going to some of the shore areas to try to secure the strait? We don't. Of course, they're not going to tell us exactly what the hell they're doing because the enemy would know then.
Right. But the general consensus was they would probably go to Kuruk and secure that distribution center. This is the first time I heard about the missiles being that close to the strait. So that would make sense as well. But let's find this person, get him out of there, or get her, whatever he is, and we're going to have to tell these people again, hey, if you want control of your country, you need to step up. And for all those countries that will not assist with the mine sweeping and running the ships across with the tankers, aren't those countries also dependent upon that oil that comes out of there? Yeah, we're doing the world a favor. Trump's doing the world a favor by getting rid of this 47-year reign of terror
So, the Iranian people need to understand, yes, some people are going to die for your freedoms. And that's just the way it is. We cannot always be there for them. They're going to have to govern themselves. Now, how do we get guns to them? That's another issue. I mean, and what kind of weapons would you be sending them? So they can have and, protect themselves and defend themselves. And if necessary, go ahead and kill the opposition that's trying to kill them.
Right.
That's just my opinion. So, anyways, I guess that was about all I needed to chat about. So I'll let you go, Senor. You have yourself a good night.
All right, safe travels out there. You have a good week. Thank you for joining us. A couple of headlines here. The Pentagon confirming on Monday that some 200 U.S. service members have been wounded in the war. President Trump says, I don't think so, when asked if the war would be wrapped up soon, saying not this week. He kind of reiterated the military campaign continuing in full force, the main efforts to Iran's threat to shipping. President Trump presses for the multinational Hormuz Escort Coalition as many allies hesitate. Scott Bessent said the U.S. is allowing limited Iranian, Chinese, and Indian tanker transits for now to actually get through the strait to maybe stabilize global supply. More to come after a news update as we head up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. An intelligence report reveals the late Iranian Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was unsure of his son's qualifications to succeed him.
The intel alleges Khamenei believed his son, newly elected Supreme Leader Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei, was not very bright or qualified for the role. The New York Post has cited 3 sources in a report saying the younger Khamenei may be gay, which is illegal in Iran. John Summers, USA Radio News.
U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi has been subpoenaed to testify on the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. House Oversight Chair James Comer says Bondi has valuable insight, calling for her testimony on April 14th. President Trump says he believes he's going to have the honor of taking Cuba.
Trump called the island less than 100 miles from Florida a failed nation and said, I think I can do anything I want with it.
I do believe I'll be the honor of having the honor of taking Cuba.
The president's comments came the same day that Cuba's national electrical grid suffered a total collapse, leaving around 10 million people without power. It's the first major blackout since the U.S. effectively shut off the flow of Venezuelan oil to Cuba. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Hannity apologizes to Senator Fetterman over his past criticisms.
On a recent episode of his podcast, Fox News host Sean Hannity apologized to Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman, admitting he had misjudged him during the 2022 Senate race.
I had you all wrong. Everything I thought about you, and I really believed it, was wrong.
The two discussed their first meeting at Mar-a-Lago, Fetterman's independent approach to politics, and the importance of putting country over party. Fetterman emphasized he holds no grudges and values open conversation across the political aisle. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 46 points, the S&P 500 added 16 points, and the Nasdaq rose 105 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
A high-flying tax could put millions of dollars in L.A. County's bank accounts at the expense of airplane owners.
Los Angeles looking to cash in by taxing plane owners. L.A. County Assessor Jeff Prang says his office has been digging into the data and has found a way to tax almost 1,000 commercial and private planes valued at around $3.5 billion last year and this year. That'll generate about $38 million for the county. Prang says accurately identifying taxable planes has been tricky in the past, but new software has made it easier. I'm Jason Nathanson.
The death penalty will be sought in the shooting death of a Greensboro, North Carolina police officer.
A judge heard from prosecutors, family members, and many others regarding whether prosecutors should be able to seek the death penalty for Terrell McMillan. He is accused of shooting police officer Michael Horan inside of a Food Lion on Christmas Eve of 2024. Fox 8 reports a judge agreed, but has not yet set a trial date. I'm Scott Kimbler.
Pending home sales unexpectedly rose in February.
The National Association of Realtors cited improved affordability for driving the 1.8% increase in contracts signed from the prior month. However, pending home sales declined 0.8% year over year. The Midwest led the way in monthly gains for February, followed by the South and West. Pending home sales declined in the Northeast last month. I'm Matt Mattinson.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $3.79. Highest prices are found in Mono County, California, $6.38 a gallon, while Pawnee County, Kansas is down to $2.76. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
We waited patiently, and finally we have Grand National polls in the books. And we have more coming. Welcome to the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. For the first time since the 70s, the NTPA was in Florida with superstock diesel 4x4 trucks, mini modifieds, light modifieds, and for the first time ever, 4.1 Pro Stock tractors. Full Pull caught up with light mod champion Wayne Sullivan on his way to Florida in the cab of the toter and asked Wayne if he was excited about pulling in Florida.
Oh yeah, I mean, I had been back down there. I pulled down there back in the 70s. A town called Houston, right above where we're going to go to. So, yeah, it's going to be exciting. I used to love to go to Florida, NTPA years ago, but it's going to be a long ways to go. If fuel prices this high, it's scary, but we're going to go down and give it a try.
Last weekend in Zellwood was the first of two for the Southern Swing, and it did not disappoint. Only two classes were able to hook on Friday, but they put on a show. The Mini started off the night and the season, with Grant Theobald and the Wicked Pulling Team taking the top spot with Lil Wicked going 329, followed by Adam Bauer and Iron Tour at 328, and rounding out the top three, Cody Singletary and Carolina Night Train 2 going 322. The only other class to hook were the new 4.1 Pro Stock tractors. Running in the red took the win with a hook of 303. Second was Kevin Lindstrom and Hyper Harvester going a distance of 295, and rounding out the podium was Brian Miller and Diggin' Bone going 294. On to Saturday, with an earlier start time, all four classes were able to hit the track. In the 4.1 Pro Stocks, Kevin Lindstrom aboard Hyper Harvester took the win going 324. In second was Cody Doss and Plow Tractor 4.1 going 323. And rounding out the top three was John Deere 5020, piloted by Jerry Martin going a distance of 322. On to the Superstock Diesel 4x4s, totally out of control with Kevin Armstrong took the top spot on the podium going 318. Blake DeBrew took Flammable to 301 for second, and Jaden Littman took Something to Prove to 301 for third. On to the Superstock Diesel 4x4s. Totally out of control with Kevin Armstrong took the top of the podium going 318. Blake DeBrew took Flammable to 301.22 for second, and Jaden Littman took Something to Prove 301.12 for third. The Minis were back with Adam Bauer and Iron Toy improving from Friday night going first at 332. In second, Grant Theobald stayed on the podium with a hook of 326.93, and Cody Singletary and Carolina Night Train went 326.92 for one of the closest finishes I've ever seen, 0.01 feet separating second and third. The light mods rounded out the show with David Richardson aboard Tag Team taking the win with 318. Wayne Sullivan went 306, which was good enough for second, and Chase Smith with Outclass getting a pole of 305 on the sled for third. Remember, the Southern Swing continues this weekend in Satsuma, Florida with the same classes hooking, streamed live on Full Pull Live. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
All right, there you go. New season underway. And as we progress on into spring, in summertime, lots of action expanding all around the country. Kicking off another hour here, some frightening moments for passengers aboard an Amtrak train that was carrying more than 100 people. That struck an 18-wheeler this past morning in Texas. In a statement obtained by NBC News, Amtrak said a vehicle came into contact with the train on Union Pacific Railroad tracks near Houston. The train, traveling from Los Angeles to New Orleans, with 93 passengers and 11 crew members aboard, according to the company. Emergency crews from Missouri City, Texas, extinguished a fire where the crash occurred. Fire chief said firefighters were dispatched to the southwest side of Houston about 11 a.m. local time. Amtrak said there were no reports of serious injuries. Reports indicated 2 were treated for minor injuries at the scene. No crew members, the conductor, or the driver of the 18-wheeler were hurt. Fortunately, the train did not derail, but fuel was spilled. Hazmat team contained the spill, so passengers were evacuated from the train, taken to the next station by bus. As a precaution, customers were moved off the train. According to Amtrak, they will continue east aboard chartered buses. Missouri City, by the way, is about 20 miles southwest of Houston there. Meanwhile, yes, the prices at the pump, the Iran war rattling the global flow of oil. Yeah, steeper fuel cost already straining household worldwide, as we're now facing some of the highest prices we've seen in 2.5 years. According to AAA, the national average for a gallon of regular jumped to $3.79 as of Tuesday, up from $2.98 we were paying before the U.S. and Israel launched the attacks on Iran. The last time gas prices were where they are now was back in October of 2023. One Louisiana resident said it's pretty hard. Times are tough for everybody right now. I'm getting way less gas, paying way more money. She's not alone. Paying at the pump, they say, one of the most immediate economic impacts of this conflict because of the price of crude. Yeah, the main ingredient in gas has soared, swinging rapidly over the last couple of weeks. Brent crude, the international standard, was trading at over $102 per barrel on Tuesday, up from roughly $70 per barrel several weeks ago. The U.S. benchmark now trading at close to $96 per barrel. I checked it here about an hour ago. It was down to about $92 per barrel. Some of the headlines saying oil prices actually dropping this morning due to, I guess we had some stockpile numbers released here in the U.S., and our oil inventories had a surprise build. So oil prices dropping a couple dollars per barrel. Yeah, a quick $92.77 a barrel at this moment. Again, that's the West Texas Intermediate. So following the prices at the pump, of course, the trucking industry, you're paying much higher prices in most, about in excess of $5 per gallon now for diesel. All right, I think we've mentioned it a time or two in recent weeks, freight waves, highlighting Dolly Parton rebranding the Tennessean travel stops, partnering with Saks Capital Group and CTK Enterprises to rebrand the Tennessean Travel Stop Network, starting with the flagship there in Cornersville, Tennessee, relaunching early summer this year as Dolly's Tennessean Travel Stop. The I-65 location will remain open during renovations. Planned features include ample semi-parking, Southern-inspired quick-service dining, and local Tennessee retail. A possible nationwide rollout is penciled in for this year. Dolly stating, "I've spent the bulk of my life on the road and more specifically on a bus. I think we're going to fill a void out there on the highways, all while bringing the heart and soul of Tennessee." Of course, parking shortages are a documented, persistent problem for professional drivers out there. The industry's going to watch as more locations open, whether maybe a celebrity brand can drive real investment in truck-accessible infrastructure out there. One other industry headline, UPS has been in the news. United Parcel Service, their cost reduction program. They tell us it's not shrinking the company, but rather positioning it for profitable growth as it navigates a glide down in Amazon volumes to chase higher margin business. higher margin business than short-distance courier service, according to one top executive. Analysts are giving UPS solid marks so far in executing the largest network consolidation in history without a noticeable impact on service levels. As we come out of the second quarter, we'll have a more agile, more profitable network that we can grow off with the right type of volume, according to the chief financial officer. Less e-commerce, more small and medium business, more B2B, more healthcare. That really sets us up for the growth trajectory as we go forward into the back half of 26 into 2027. The significance of his remarks, not so much in new revelations, but the level of detail and color he gave about the shift that's underway at UPS. FedEx last month similarly outlined how they are prioritizing high-value B2B segments and premium e-commerce over what they call the last-mile delivery. Going back to 2024, the package delivery and supply chain giant launched an aggressive strategy for downsizing and automating in their delivery network, aimed at improving profitability, better matching capacity and labor with lower parcel volumes. After eliminating 34,000 full-time operational positions, 25 million operational hours, and 93 owned or leased facilities last year, UPS in January announced plans to cut 30,000 more jobs and shut down 24 parcel sort centers this year. Right now, the $150,000 voluntary buyouts to unionized delivery drivers, by the end of June, they tell us UPS will have reduced their Amazon throughput by 2 million pieces per day and shed $5 billion in revenue in less than 2 years' time. Automation in the remaining facilities is helping eliminate the number of sorting shifts, further reducing unneeded capacity, they tell us. UPS. All right, Vic, got you coming up here. We'll see. I think he's talking about trying to clean up the trucking industry. And looks like Eagle had some final comments as well. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Come join the Steve Summers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hot Shot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th to the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Yeah, I just mentioned oil prices. The American Petroleum Institute estimated that the crude oil inventories in the U.S. actually rose by 6.5 million barrels in the week ending March 13. A surprise build of pretty significant magnitude. In the week prior, crude oil inventories shed 1.7 million barrels. Analysts had expected a draw of about 600,000 barrels for that current reporting period. Inventories in the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve have stayed at 415.4 million barrels for multiple weeks in a row as of the week ending March 13. Now, that's about 310 million barrels shy of maximum capacity. U.S. production fell again by 18,000 barrels per day, sinking to an average of 13.67 million barrels per day. That's our production for the week ending March 6th. According to the latest EIA data, even with that drop, it's still 103,000 barrels per day more than the same time we were producing last year. Gasoline inventories fell this week, shrinking by 4.6 million barrels. For the week ending March 13 and the week prior, inventories fell by 1.8 million barrels. As of last week, gas inventories were about 5% above the 5-year average for this time of year. Meanwhile, distillate inventories sank by 1.4 million barrels after decreasing by 2.3 million barrels the week prior. Distillate inventories are about 2% below the 5-year average as of the week ending March 6. Numbers are in pretty decent shape at this point. All right, John, let's get to Vic this morning. What's happening out there?
Well, I haven't been out too much lately. My wife had to have an appendectomy a couple of weeks ago, so I've kind of been sticking close by, and I had my tickets for the truck show there next week, but I won't be there. So, anyway, because like I said, I was kind of sticking close to home, but and I didn't catch your whole show there. I kind of woke up there whenever Trump was talking about stuff and everybody getting recertified. Well, I understand where the government's coming from, because ever since they deregulated the trucking industry, and that was they did it big time, starting in 1980 after that Motor Carrier Act or whatever they called it, because before that time, and the Interstate Commerce Commission ran everything. For you to open a trucking company, they had to do a whole background check on you, and if you had like bad credit, criminal record, you could forget it. They'd turn down your application. And the whole deregulation thing, it got totally off track because it did need cleaned up, because you had to have a license to run like certain roads and everything, and you could carry like fresh produce one way, but you couldn't carry frozen produce. I mean, it was an absolute mess. But somehow, some way, as things usually go, it evolved into the lowest common denominator when they started allowing people to, get their own DOT numbers and everything else. And that just opened it up to a whole lot of people that all they were interested in was how cheaply can we run freight. And they hired a lot of people, and I know your dad and you and all the trucking shows are talking about how people that were coming into the trucking industry, they were being government subsidized, and when they ran through all those people, they started looking around for other people, and that's when they started bringing people from foreign countries over here. And the particular company that I was running for at the time that I started with, it's gone now, but it was the Red Star out of Morton, Illinois. And they brought a bunch of Russians over there. and they literally had a Russian interpreter that was helping them get their CDLs and everything. And the trainers with Star, they weren't very happy, because what would happen is they would bring those Russian people over, and they'd say, "Oh, I drove so many years in Russia," and they really had no way of confirming that. But they were giving like, if they said they drove, 10 years, 20 years, whatever, they were giving them the top pay. And the other thing, too, that the trainers weren't very happy about was their hygiene had a lot to be desired. So, and they went through that whole bit of stuff. And we drove the 377 Peterbilt, the Anteaters. And I used to go back and forth between Illinois and New Jersey for hauling case parts before it went to the Case IH. And there was a Russian there. He was pretty well educated and everything. Lots of times we'd run back and forth together. And whenever I left and was delivering new trailers, I pulled into his truck stop one day, and I seen one of those old trucks there, and I kind of walked in there, and lo and behold, it was the guy I used to run with there. And I said, "Well, what'd you do?" And he said, "I bought one of their old trucks, and I'm hauling mail now." And he had 2 or 3 other drivers that was doing that too. So I don't think, so I know he had to go through a lot of background checks, or he should have, to be hauling the mail. But I don't think very many of those people that came over here, and I know really rose to that standard. But the deal that, a lot of people have been talking about is after the Congress passed all those laws and allowed, the deregulation of the trucking industry, bringing the people over here to drive trucks and all that. Then we had these recent high-profile accidents and all that. Well, in typical government fashion, it's like, oh, we got to pass a law, or we got to do this, or got to do that. And essentially, I believe what they've done is, and they've looked and seen what the trucking industry has become. It's like, okay, we've got to pass a law, so we'll just pass a law and do away with everything that, make everybody get recertified regardless of what their safety record is, or, whatever. I don't know what they call the DAC report anymore, but all of this stuff was freely available. And I don't understand why they went to this whole wholesale thing, other than I believe they just looked at it and said it's the transportation secretary said, we've got to clean up almost 40 or 50 years of mismanagement.
Mm-hmm. And right there, we got to pause. News update, a service of Industrial Injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us for fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions. From light-duty pickups to the heavy-duty equipment, it's industrialinjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. An intelligence report reveals the late Iranian Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was unsure of his son's qualifications to succeed him.
According to reports from CBS News, the intel alleges Khamenei believed his son, newly elected Supreme Leader Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei, was not very bright or qualified for the role. The New York Post has cited 3 sources in a report saying the younger Khamenei may be gay, which is illegal in Iran. John Summers, USA Radio News.
U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi has been subpoenaed to testify on the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. House Oversight Chair James Comer says Bondi has valuable insight following a bipartisan committee vote calling for her testimony on April 14th.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 46 points, the S&P 500 added 16 points, and the Nasdaq rose 105 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, host of The Front Lines of Freedom, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable, true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Come join the Steve Summers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hot Shot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th to the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive. Back at it once again here at 844-844-3388. Already rolling into midweek hump day. Trust your week's going well. What do we see here? Yeah, we left off talking to Vic. The cleaning up the industry. And I'm not sure, Vic, if you were with us early in the show when we were talking about the Delilah Law. A revised version was unveiled this past day, and they'll be taking that up in a House committee at 10 o'clock this morning. In this revised version, though, they have removed the whole requirement for all CDL holders to kind of go back through the recertification process. All right, welcome back, Vic.
yeah, I caught the tail end of that discussion, and that was the point was, I think, that whenever Transportation Secretary Duffy and other people looked at that, it's like they had to cover like 50 years of mismanagement, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And that in true government fashion, it's like, well, we got to make the public think that we're doing something about how all these different incompetent drivers got here, and a lot of them are, from foreign countries. So that's when they come up. Okay, we'll just make everybody get recertified rather than do it. I mean, that was the best solution in the first place. It wasn't very orderly because if the foreign drivers in certain groups and everything else kept coming up, I mean, that would have been the first place to look. And I know Philip was mentioning about that with the railroads and stuff. I had a kid that I grew up with. He became a section boss, and the Southern Railway, Norfolk Southern, whenever they changed some of the requirements a long time ago on getting a CDL, they just wanted to hand them out to anybody and everybody, and Mike refused to take any of those people on his particular crew because as a crew that he covered, the section he covered also included area around Louisville, Kentucky. And he said, the only way I'm going to take one of those, I'm going to give them a pole trailer. If they can go down there and not have an incident or anything, I'll take them. But otherwise, don't send me any of those people. So that was his attitude way back when. So a lot of large corporations, they played a big role in this too, because they wanted to get people in and get cheap help. And that's, there's just a whole lot of things that have to happen to it. And usually where there is an opening somehow, some way, basically crooks will find a way. And I don't know if you got that thing I sent you that exactly came from Freightways.
Yes, I did.
And it listed. Okay, well, you've seen all the corruption that was going on, and I think, by and large, the people that has been assigned in the Trump administration to try to clean all that up, they were overwhelmed, and I guess whatever Congress just decided, well, we'll just make everybody do it. And actually, making people that have a good driving record and everything else, that's really going to clog up. That would have really clogged up the works, because then they wouldn't have been getting to the people that they really need to get to. And a lot of the states, they weren't cooperating much either as far as, getting different drivers off the road. And a lot of it had to do with they had their all these different industrial parks and everything else, and they were trying to get those going. So all I'm saying is that basically they tried to cure a 50-year problem in about 6 months. It's just not management. It's just not possible management wise. It's something that the problem are growing so big. But again, the driving school I went to, the guy used to always get on to these people when they were trying to back in. He said, just do it a little bit at a time. Just think of it as eating a pie. You eat a pie, one piece at a time. You don't eat the whole thing. So you can't eat the whole thing. And that's kind of what I guess that's what I'm trying to say here.
Right.
That they had a big problem at hand, and they were just overwhelmed, essentially, is the way I see it. And why these states won't cooperate, I'm thinking primarily California with the Trump administration. I don't know if Gavin Newsom's planning to run for president or something, or if he just wants to give Trump grief or whatever. But, there comes a time that you don't destroy the whole country or the whole program just because you don't like a certain person, because you have to look at the main goal. And I just that's all I was talking about there. Whenever all this, that one article they had there for Freightways, it had it all in there.
Mm-hmm.
The double brokering and all that stuff in there, and some of the people, they were hijacking trucks, and anybody spoke up, really, they'd wind up in a graveyard someplace.
Right.
And
that makes you, the whole, snitches get stitches, that old adage. Yeah, and in some cases, these bad actors wouldn't hesitate to kill somebody to cover up their, the fraud, the theft. The SAVE Act. I think the right-wing nut has some thoughts on that. Did you catch Hakeem Jeffries this past day? Yeah, pretty much came right out and said it. He admitted what we've always known, that the Constitution is crystal clear. Only American citizens get to vote in our elections. No ifs, ands, or buts. He came out and admitted that. He said, we don't need the SAVE Act because the Constitution already makes it crystal clear, right? So if that's the case, so why? Why do the Democrats keep fighting tooth and nail against the SAVE Act? The common sense bill that simply requires proof of citizenship to register for federal elections. If the law already protects the ballot box, why this desperate push to block this safeguard? I mean, honestly, their obstruction should speak volumes. When even their own leader concedes the constitutional truth, but still refuses to secure our elections, that raises some real questions. What are they really trying to protect? Time to pass the SAVE Act, ensuring every vote cast is from a legitimate American citizen. Now, they did make some progress yesterday. The SAVE Act is one step closer to becoming law after the Senate voted Tuesday afternoon to begin debate on the legislation. By a vote of 51 to 48, the Senate agreed to the motion to lay before the Senate the House message to accompany Senate Bill 1383, a.k.a. the SAVE Act. Republican Senator Murkowski voted no. Senator Tillis did not vote, according to the Post. The SAVE Act. It's been a top priority for President Trump and his administration here in his second term. President Trump threatening to withhold any primary support for any Republican lawmaker who refuses to support the bill, and has repeatedly called on Republican Senate Majority Leader John Thune to get it to his desk. Via Truth Social late last week, the president said the Save America Act is one of the most important, consequential pieces of legislation in the history of Congress and America itself. No more rigged elections, voter ID, proof of citizenship, no rigged mail-in voting. Yeah, we're the only country in the world that actually allows that. No men in women's sports. No transgender mutilization of children. Yeah, 90 to 99% issues all. Only sick, demented, or deranged people in the House or Senate could vote against the Save America Act, he said. Now, he did say if they do, each one of these points separately will be used against the user in his or her political campaign for office, a guaranteed loss. Get your senators, Republican or Democrat, to vote yes on the Save America Act. I will never endorse anyone who votes against Save America. Thank you for your attention to this matter, he concluded. All right, Eagle back with us here. Had some thoughts on what you got for us, Eagle?
Yeah, I got some more thoughts on this. I want to get into the truck driving deal because I'm not very happy about that after hearing what you had to say and some other listeners. I just found out about that tonight when you was talking about it. But before I get to that, I want to talk going more about the Iran situation right quick. Okay, now they said that Donald Trump dropped some bombs, 2,000-pound bombs or whatever it was today, yesterday at the Strait. Like I said, they tried to eliminate, and this is for Lone Ranger, because I know Lone Ranger, if you listen tonight, hopefully you're feeling better. I know he likes it when I call people losers, so this is for him. This is for them losers, Steve, that's in them speedboats and all them people that's hanging out over the cliffs over there on the Strait of Hormuz. Hopefully Donald Trump will continue dropping bombs and blow them bastards to hell where they belong, so they can get this strait open, so they can get this oil circulating, because they got ships that's sitting in the strait right now. See, that's the dream. If Iran could do one thing, Steve, they would love. Even they know they're gonna lose this war, but they would love to hit a United States ship and send it to the bottom of the ocean over there in the strait. That would be a dream come true for those losers, because they have nothing else to gain with their miserable lives. It was because they know that this is a lost cause. Everything they've tried has blown up in their face. So it's just a matter of time before it's all over with. It's, this so-called, it's not even a war. This is just basically a walkover of Iran. They never posed a threat. It's military-wise. This is like a David versus Goliath type deal, Steve. When you look at the arsenal that the United States have, with two of the biggest aircraft carriers in the world sitting over there in the ocean, and ships and helicopters, planes, the whole deal. They never posed a threat in terms of military. They were stupid to begin with. They should have signed the paperwork. I guarantee you, Steve, he burning in hell right now, but I guarantee you that so-called supreme leader, if he had to do it all over again, I guarantee you he would have went to the table and signed that deal with the United States not to have a nuclear weapon. I promise you, if he had to do it all over again, he would do it, because where he's at right now is not a good place, and his son is probably there with him right now. And as a matter of fact, they saying that during your news break, not that it really matters. They're saying that that's the reason why his father didn't want to put him in power, because he's supposed to be gay, and that's against the law to be gay in Iran. So it just shows you how much of a loser him and his son was to begin with. But anyway, Steve, as far as the strait goes, Donald Trump and any other country, Steve, and they're showing that they're a bunch of cowards, and such as Great Britain, I lost all respect for those people. Now, like Trump said, now they want to help the United States now that they got the situation in hand. When Donald Trump asked them for help a week or so ago, they told him they didn't want to get involved. Now all of a sudden they want to get involved when things are going, when it looks like the U.S. is going to come out on top. But like Donald Trump said, we don't need you no more. We don't need your help no more. We got our things under control. And all these other countries in NATO that turn their back on Donald Trump, like Donald Trump said, I got a memory, and he shouldn't forget about it, the way those people decided not to help Trump get that strait open back up, because it takes other countries to help out in the deal too. The United States shouldn't have to do all the work. So it's just a matter of time before they get it back open, Steve. And because Iran, the losers that they got fighting for them are losing. They don't have no more ammo. They don't have no more shots. Only thing they can help them is if they get help from Russia or China. But it looks like those people are not going to get involved either. So Iran is basically out in the cold by themselves. And as of right now, as far as we know, Steve, like Trump said today, they have no leader. They have nobody in command in Iran, and that's the way it should be. So hopefully the people can have an election in the coming weeks, and they can elect a man that will be give these people the rights and the freedoms that they deserve. And I'm just going to say this, Steve. I don't like talking about people that's already dead, but this all could have been avoided way back before I was even born, back in 1980. It all started with good old Jimmy Carter, which is probably the dumbest president we ever had in the U.S. besides Joe Biden. If he would have done the right thing in 1980, we wouldn't even be talking about Iran and that so-called supreme leader. And Mr. Barack Obama is another guy who contributed to them almost having a nuclear weapon when he sent pallets full of money Or why Obama's not in jail for that, I still don't know. But selling pallets full of money over there to Iran to try to so-called buy them off and not so they wouldn't have a new. All he did was contribute to them the nuclear program, and he should be arrested for it as far as I'm concerned. Now, getting to this other situation with the truck driving deal, Steve, I don't agree with it. I agree with Grump. People like me that's been out here driving for over 20 years, we shouldn't have to be recertified. I've more than proved myself who I am and who I know how to drive this truck. I've been through the background checks, the drug checks, and any other check they want to do on me. And I shouldn't. And I've been a U.S. citizen my whole life. And I'm proud to be a U.S. citizen. I shouldn't have to prove nothing to them because the only people they need to prove it are these losers that, what's his name, Gavin Newsom and all these other bogus states gave these licenses to these people. Those are the ones that have to prove who they are and who their identity is and why they're driving a tractor trailer down the interstate. I've been doing this for over 20 years, and I don't have a damn thing to prove to the U.S. government or anybody else. Because, like I say, I've driven mile after mile and state after state around this country and delivered my freight and delivered it on time. And I take offense that they would even want to pass a law like that to where truck drivers should have to prove who they are. America says only people they need to be concerned with are the people that came in over the last few years, mainly under the Biden administration. Anybody that received a driver's license in that 4-year period, those are the ones that should be uncertified, not somebody that's been driving for over 20 years like me and Grunk and some of your other listeners that call this radio program. And I thank you for taking my call.
Eagle, have a good morning. We'll be right back.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, back at it here. Hello to Gary checking in. Underway on a new day. Good to have you on board there. Now, there's our friend Rick in Columbus. Any truth to that rumor, Rick? You're actually a closet Cardinals fan? Uh-huh. That's what I heard. I'd missed Brother Rambler last evening. I knew you were holding there, but we ran out of time. What do you say, Rambler? Good morning.
Well, good morning, Stephen. Praise God. Hey, am I coming in pretty clear? Because I'm getting every other word you're saying, brother.
You're clear on our end.
All right, good deal. Well, praise God. I'm glad to be on the air with you. I know you're about to be going to break here soon. But, man, I tell you what, about mid 2025, I reached 2 million safe driving miles, and my company I work for recognized me this past Thursday, and they acknowledged me for finally making 2 million safe driving miles right here where I work at. So they're a little bit behind. They gave me a pocket watch showing my 1.5 million, but now they had to get my ring size. They're giving me like a class ring that's got my name on it and 2 million miles and got a green stone and all that stuff in it. So man, I give all the glory to God. You know, during the 2 million long safe driving miles I've got here where I work at, I've only had one incident. And y'all can all go to Determined Ministries Church on our Facebook page. You can see the pictures of that accident. That was not my fault, but it's got a great story behind it of how the very hand of God reached in the cab of that truck that night and snatched me clear out of the way. But Steve, I know we're going to break here soon. You want to just hold me over? I got a lot I want to say. And
sure. Shout
out to my old buddy Chris Cooper, who's listening tonight also.
Let's take care of that. All right, yeah, about a minute from news break. It's 844-844-3388. Final hour just ahead. Wow, night's just flying by. In our final hour, give you more details. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association actually backing an exemption request that would allow you to continue using paper copies of your medical certification. This whole rollout has been a debacle, a complete failure. June of last year, the FMCSA announced they would be implementing the Medical Examiner's Certification Integration Rule, commonly known as NR2. Originally published in April of 2015. Yes, they've had well over 10 years to be prepared for this, where medical examiners would electronically submit results from your medical exam to the FMCSA and your state licensing agencies. Even in states that have implemented it, case after case where drivers are finding the information wasn't transmitted and your license has been suspended. More on that next hour. News, a service of Industrial Injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. The knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on, industrialinjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. European Union leaders appear to be coming down on the side of hesitancy when it comes to supporting Washington's war against Iran.
The meeting on Monday between EU foreign ministers was behind closed doors and did not include a formal vote, but according to EU diplomats who were granted anonymity to discuss the meeting, there was near unanimous approval in opposing President Trump's request to send ships and troops to secure the Strait of Hormuz. And it comes after the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer also refused to get involved directly in the conflict, saying that the UK would not be drawn into a wider war over Iran. Ross Cullen, Paris.
Thune is slamming Democrats on the photo ID double standard.
Senate Minority Leader John Thune criticized Democrats for opposing federal voter ID measures, calling the stance partisan on the Senate floor. Thune argued Americans routinely show photo IDs for travel, healthcare, hotels, and even political events, raising questions about consistency in election rules. Democrats say strict voter ID laws can suppress participation, highlighting a national debate over access and security. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
Vice President J.D. Vance will be visiting Michigan on Wednesday to promote the Trump administration's economic agenda, speaking at a manufacturing plant in Auburn Hills. He's also expected to address last week's synagogue attack in nearby West Bloomfield. A federal judge has blocked Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. from proceeding with an overhaul of the nation's childhood vaccine schedule.
The judge ruled Kennedy's changes to vaccine recommendations, as well as an influential vaccine advisory committee, violated federal law. The judge also placed a hold on the new members Kennedy appointed to the CDC's Vaccine Advisory Committee in June. John Summers, USA Radio News.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 46 points, the S&P 500 added 16 points, and the Nasdaq rose 105 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Georgia Governor Brian Kemp responded to a fatal shooting at the Pickens County VA clinic north of Atlanta. Jasper Police Chief Matt Dawkins says the suspect died and one victim was airlifted to a hospital.
Jasper police officers were dispatched to a report of shots fired at the VA clinic. Upon arrival, officers located the suspect on the scene. The individual was confronted by responding officers and was subsequently shot.
The clinic will remain closed for the remainder of the week. The Trump Kennedy Center Board of Trustees has approved the president's proposal to close the Performing Arts Center for a complete overhaul.
President Trump is the chairman of the board and has appointed most of its members, so it's little surprise the board greenlit his proposal to shut the center down for a 2-year, $200 million renovation. The center says the vote was unanimous. The doors are expected to close in July. Numerous performers have canceled their shows in recent months, and ticket sales have plummeted after Trump announced he was taking over the center, but the president insists the building is on the verge of collapse and needs repairs. Tony Waterman, Washington.
The cancer support community is launching a new support line using the memorable number. The line offers advice and support for those affected by cancer through trained specialists in partnership with Gilda's Club and Click Health. CSC 867-5309. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All righty, back at it as we get that final hour underway. What do you say? Hello to Flying Too Low. I got your email there. Sent me a photograph of their trip to Illinois Monday to pick up some props. Yeah, snow-covered interstate, crazy winds. Hey, a great night to all the listeners out there. Appreciate you checking in. Also, coming up this hour, when it comes to diesel exhaust fluid requirements, many truckers are being left out in the cold, they tell us. That's the word from Senator Dan Sullivan of Alaska during a Senate hearing that took place last week. And more on what he had to say coming your way. First, we'll get back to Brother Rambler. Thanks for hanging in there.
Oh, you're mighty welcome, brother. You're mighty welcome. You know, we had a caller last night, and when he called, he said he was calling from Chattanooga, and I thought to myself, I wonder if he's listening to us on the Big 1070 WFLI AM in Chattanooga.
Yes.
Sure enough, he said that's where he was listening to us from.
Right.
And I believe he was a first-time caller, too, wasn't he?
Sure was.
That's right. I read a couple of comments from your Facebook page, and a couple of, I don't know if they're truck drivers or just four-wheeler drivers. It don't really matter. They were complaining, I don't listen to the show no more because it's the same old callers, same old people calling 2 or 3 times a night and everything like that. Well, you know, you can solve that problem by picking up the phone and dialing 844-844-3348. That is our number, correct?
3388. Close. You were close.
Thank you. Close, yes, close. All right, close. That's right. So I want to give a couple of shout-outs. Hopefully Buster's listening because 9:30, The Answer, San Antonio, Texas. Man, the Riverwalk. Beautiful area out there. And how about the Houston, Texas, Gulf Coast of Texas, 103.3 The Answer. And let's not forget about the Roses in Portland, Oregon, on 1410 AM. And how about our friends out there in the Great Salt Lake and Provo area, KIXR 1400 and Salt Lake and Provo. And let's talk about the Colorado Rocky Mountain High, as John Denver would sing. 710 KNUS in Denver, Colorado. Please, if you're going to call, leave the devil's lettuce alone before you call. We want to be able to make sense of you. But we're happy to have you along with us, praise God. And like I said, if you get tired of the same old callers, all you got to do is pick up the phone and call. You know, Steve's pretty easy to talk to. You get about 500,000 people listening to you per night, you know, give or say. So, you know, but just pick up the phone and call and quit complaining about, well, you talk about the same old thing. You're not going to find too many other trucking shows that's going to be talking to you about Delilah's Law and everything like that. I think that's the name of the law.
It is.
But, you know, if I have to be recertified, hey, you know what? I got enough faith in my skill. 28 years driving over the road. If they got to recertify me, hey, as Romans 8:31 says, if God be for us, who could be against us? So they want me to recertify. Hey, I'll recertify. I'll show the DOT officers a thing or two. So hey, I've probably been doing this longer than y'all been alive. So let me show you how to do your job. But yeah, man, about mid 2025, I just kept it to myself, kept it secret, and didn't let no one know. But I did hit 2 million miles with this company I'm with now, and they did finally recognize me at our drivers meeting this past Thursday. And you know, they got my ring size, which I wear a 13.5 on my middle finger, so I'll be getting my class ring and, you know, showing, you know, my 2 million miles and everything like that. Of course, you know, you'd think they would have gave me some money. Nope, no money to go with that, but it's all good. Like I said, I did have one accident that happened, and of course it was deemed not my fault. Of course, you know, when you're topping a hill and you see a 100-year-old loplolly pine tree sitting there, well, you know, ain't too much you could really do when it's laid across the road. But I want to tell you, we serve a mighty good God, and we serve a big God. And I want to tell you right now, I don't care who you are, you will never, ever convince me that God is fake, that God is not real. Steve, I've seen too much, been through too much, and I can tell you right now that my God is real, that he lives right in my soul. Whenever you're facing death and you're seeing your death happening right before your very eyes and you're totally comfortable, you're at peace. It's kind of like the Matrix, the best way I can describe it. When everything's happening and everything's slowing down, and you know, man, you're about to be standing face to face with the one who died on the cross for you. And all of a sudden, when you see that limb come and it's coming through the windshield at your very head, and you're not scared, you're not panicked, you're at total peace, but yet you're the only one in the cab of the truck, and you have a hand grab you by the shoulder, snatch you out the way, and you feel the very edge of that limb graze your head as it impales itself in the back of the cab. Yeah, my God is real. He's very real. He lives in my soul. And he died on the cross for me, bled every drop of blood. You know, we're going to be having a service, Steve, April 3rd. I've got Friday, that's Friday night, Good Friday service. And it's not proven, but they have a lot of scholars that took the ancient Roman calendar and merged it with the Hebrew calendar and the current Gregorian calendar. And they pretty much got it narrowed down to when Jesus died on the cross was on April 3rd. Now, of course, that's not really proven. That's just going by scientific studies and this, that, and the other. So I think it's pretty amazing that Good Friday is April 3rd. And at April 3rd at 7 o'clock p.m., Determined Ministries Church will be having a Good Friday service. We're going to talk about the sacrifice our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, made for us on that very day. Do you realize, Steve, and all the other listening audience, that should have been us put on that cross? That was rightfully our death for the sins that we committed. But Jesus, it's like we're walking on death, and he just comes along, puts his hand on the shoulder, says, Mr. or Mrs. Truck Driver, or Mr. or Mrs. Christian, or Mr. or Mrs. Sinner, go sit down. Don't worry. I'm taking this punishment for you. He went and took, can you imagine any sin you ever committed? And Lord knows I've done my fair share. You have too. Everyone listening to us has. no matter how big or small the sin is, Jesus took your place on that cross, and he shed every drop of blood. For 6 hours he hung between heaven and earth and gave his life. You know, they don't sit there and talk about Buddha, Muhammad. They don't make fun of them. But they'll sure slam the name of Jesus. And do you know why? Because he is real. He did do it. He's alive and well today. And the Bible says, if you believe in your heart that Jesus died on the cross and rose again on the third day, if you believe in your heart, you can confess it with your mouth, then ye shall be saved. And as we do at Determined Ministries Church, the confession part comes with the sinner's prayer. And that's why I want you to come and join us, because we're going to talk about the death, the great sacrifice that Jesus made on April 3rd, and, of course, April 5th, Easter Resurrection Sunday, 5 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time, Determined Ministries Church. Log into Facebook, and we will be loving to have you. But, Steve, we got some other news that we're going to announce. April 3rd also, I'm happy to announce that we're praying to God that we're going to have this up and running. We're going to have our website. That's right. We have a webmaster. Him and his wife are helping us with the website, determinedministrieschurch.org. If you was to type it in right now, you'll see a picture of the Milky Way. Well, it'll be like a lake and like a gas cloud of the Milky Way galaxy, and it'll say, ready to be launched soon. But it will be, hopefully, praying to God, we'll be up and running on April 3rd. So determinedministrieschurch.org. We got a lot of great things we're going to be doing, like sermon notes, message from the pulpit, verse of the day, so many others, and I'm all excited. I'm excited because I can't wait to see what's around the corner. And by the way, just come on and join us this Sunday also. I'm working on a song, and God knows I'm not the world's best singer, but I try. And when I do sing, I sing for the Lord. So come on and join us 5 o'clock p.m. this Sunday. But shout out to Eagle, Chris Dowdy. Shout out to Gilligan and Lee Timmons. We all started, Gilligan started in 1999. I know that Eagle, Lee, and myself started, and Chris Dowdy started driving a truck in 1998. And I know Eagle and myself started with the Slow Wagon and Fast Traffic Company. I always wondered, was he out of Memphis or was he out of Atlanta or Texas? Because I don't think Swift had a terminal in Houston. But I know we had one right there off of Story Lane, right there in Dallas, right next to the Texas Stadium, where Irving is, and next to Central Refrigeration. I never will forget. I was stuck there one weekend, and I saw all these people. I said, "Where are they going?" It's a George Strait concert. I went up there and tried to walk up and get tickets sold out, but I got to be able to sit there in the parking lot and hear George Strait sing. So that's the closest I ever came to a George Strait concert. I saw where he's coming to Clemson, South Carolina, but you know how much tickets are per person?
What's that?
$495 each.
Wow.
And that's for the cheap seats.
Wow.
That's for the cheap seats. Yeah, I think I'll just get George Strait on Apple Music and listen to him going down the road. So I'll just listen to him sing Amarillo by Morning and Cowboys Like Us going down the road instead of paying $495 a person to listen to George Strait and the Ace and the Hold Band sing some of my favorite songs. But praise God. Thank you for taking my phone call, Steve. I love you out there, God's children. And by the way, I mentioned our place, Determined Ministries Church. Like I said, I gave some of our terrestrial radio stations, but you can also listen to Steve Summers on the app. Just go to your Google Play Store or go to your iOS store, download the app. You can also find Steve Summers on YouTube, Facebook, and on Rumble. And like I said, if you get tired of the same old callers, hey, man, pick up the phone, don't be nervous, and call in. Last night, that was a good night. I don't think you had any clear lines, and that's a good night in your industry, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. And listen, if you're going to the truck show, make sure you wear a good pair of broke-in shoes. You're going to need them. Don't wear no brand new shoes, no loafers or nothing like that. You're gonna hate yourself in the morning. And make sure you stop by, see Steve. I believe the Princess Lisa will be there. Is the Georgia Peach coming to help out this year?
Not that I'm aware of. No, sir.
Okay, because if she was, man, she's off the market. So don't even try it. Don't even try it. But go by and pay Steve a visit. And, of course, there'll be a lot of other people that's going to be there that you would like to see. Hopefully the Monkey Gouger will make an appearance there. I believe he said he was going to be there and make his last appearance.
Planning to be there, last I heard. Yes, indeed.
Well, maybe Maverick will be there, too. I know he called in.
Mm-hmm.
Before I go, y'all be praying for the Lone Ranger. He's got a tough battle ahead of him. Like I said, if Lone Ranger's listening, Steve's got my information. If you need someone to talk to, I'm always willing to talk to you, brother. Just you and me in a private conversation. And Eagle said the other night he's willing to talk to you also. So other than that, we love you out there. Thank you for taking my phone call, and I'll leave you with this, God, sure, and that is love. Love is more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler loves you, and I do. And y'all take care. Drive safe. God bless. We'll talk to you another time. Bye, Steve.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Come join the Steve Summers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hot Shot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th to the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
All right, medical certification from the FMCSA. This whole rollout has been a nightmare since the agency announced the rollout of the new regulations. Some states have struggled to formally implement the rule, which then prompted the FMCSA to issue a series of waivers that allows drivers to continue relying on paper medical cards to demonstrate compliance. Despite their best efforts to accommodate drivers, many still have had issues in states that have not yet implemented the new rule. And I know in a number of cases, folks have had problems in states that have actually implemented it. This past December, the CVSA petitioned the agency to issue guidance to commercial vehicle enforcement officials, stating that paper copies of exams are permitted to demonstrate medical certification. In the letter, the CVSA noted that even carriers in states where the new regulations were fully implemented, they're experiencing issues with reliable transmission of driver medical certification information, incompatibility and errors being made in the data exchange between the medical examiners, the state licensing agencies, and the FMCSA. Carriers continue to grapple with the effects of this partial implementation. According to the CVSA, right now, if a motor carrier has a driver whose medical certificate is not transmitting in the system correctly, they're forced to either temporarily cease using that driver until the issue's resolved or resubmit them for additional medical certification exam to ensure that they can prove the driver's qualified. In response to that letter, the FMCSA said it was unable to issue the guidance requested because it would conflict with the regulations that are currently in effect, which are binding on regulated entities. Because of this, the agency treated the group's request as an application for exemption, then opened up a 30-day comment period, which actually closed on March the 9th. Yeah, believe it or not, the FMCSA received a whopping 9 comments on the exemption request, all of which were in support of granting it. Among those were comments filed by OOIDA, which said granting the request would achieve an equivalent level of safety to that of the system. No driver who's been medically cleared should be forced off the road due to external processing errors. We urge the agency grant the exemption, allowing carriers and drivers to rely on the paper copy of their medical certification until all the states are fully compliant. States have been given ample time to implement the new certification rules. Since its publication, the final rules provisions have been delayed twice. Once in June of 2018, then again in April of 2021, postponing the compliance date to June of last year. As I mentioned earlier, they've had over 10 years to get this done, despite the rule being published a long time ago. There are some states still struggling to meet the deadline. Those delays prompted the FMCSA to issue waivers back in July of last year, allowing you to continue using a paper copy for up to 15 days after the exam date. The next month, they modified that, allowing the paper copy for up to 60 days after the exam. That has since been extended 2 more times, once in October and again last month. 5 states still yet to actually implement the new regulations: Alaska, California, Kentucky, Louisiana, and New Hampshire. The current waiver, they tell us, is set to expire on April the 10th. Technically, with the waiver, you're able to use the paper copy of your medical certification. How do we get this stuff ironed out? Come on. A news break, a service of Industrial Injection, fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, and complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can keep it working. You learn more at industrialinjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. An intelligence report reveals the late Iranian Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was unsure of his son's qualifications to succeed him.
According to reports from CBS News, the intel alleges Khamenei believed his son, newly elected Supreme Leader Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei, was not very bright or qualified for the role. The New York Post has cited 3 sources in a report saying the younger Khamenei may be gay, which is illegal in Iran. John Summers, USA USA Radio News.
U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi has been subpoenaed to testify on the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. House Oversight Chair James Comer says Bondi has valuable insight following a bipartisan committee vote calling for her testimony on April 14th.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 46 points, the S&P 500 added 16 points, and the Nasdaq rose 105 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, host of Front Lines of Freedom, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable, true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Come join the Steve Summers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hot Shot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th to the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry. We've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
What do you say, round and third, headed for home? Hello to Sneakers, checking in this morning. Sneakers says, great show. Professional drivers, no to recertification. Jesus loves you, Brother Rambler. All be safe. Thank you, Sneakers. All right. Hello, Billy. Checking in. Morning, Steve. The overnight drive, folks. Meanwhile, see what Gilligan has going on. How's your week starting out, Gilligan?
Oh, not too bad, Steve. Just normal runs down to North Carolina and back 5 nights a week. But, yeah, well, Steve, I got to concur with the idea, why should we recertify? Like Rambler said, I've been out on this road since 99. I'm in my 27th year of driving. That's just, I don't know the whole idea behind this, but it seems like a money racket in it somewhere. If we've got to go back in to retest and all that. Now that, if I remember right, when I took my test originally in 99, I had to pay for that test. I'm wondering if there's some other alternative motive to that. Just a thought.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Steve, I'm not going to be able to make the truck show this year. I'm sorry to say. Well, as you know, my wife had a fall back last fall, but also I've got to have a minor operation on the Friday of the truck show.
Gotcha.
It's nothing serious. Yeah, I have a cyst in my back that I have to have removed. So, yeah, and the day of the surgery is literally Friday at the truck show.
Gotcha.
So, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to make it. I'll say this also. Anybody that wants my number to speak to me, Steve has it, or he had write it down now. Eagle, I know Eagles shout with that invitation. You're welcome to call me. Lone Ranger, anybody. You know, I'm open to talk to anybody. If anybody would wish to talk to me. Well, Steve, that's about all I got for tonight. And I thank you for taking your call, and I hope everybody has a safe night.
Good to have you with us there. Thanks for checking in there. Gilligan, safe travels. All right, when it comes to diesel exhaust fluid, Senator Dan Sullivan said, many truckers are being left out in the cold. These are the men and women who keep our country moving. They haul fuel, food, the supplies that keep communities running. And what they're telling us is simple. The rules coming out of Washington do not reflect the reality they face on the ground. Last November, Sullivan introduced the Cold Weather Diesel Reliability Act, which would direct the EPA to update the regulations to account for how trucks operate in cold weather states. S3135 would provide year-round exemptions from DEF system requirements for vehicles and equipment that operate primarily in cold climates. You've got the likes of Alaska or Wyoming. My bill brings common sense into the system. As part of a Senate Environment and Public Works Committee hearing examining the bill, we've listened to the people who have to deal with these everyday problems. We have to make sure federal policy reflects the reality that they actually face on the road. Ryan Anderson is commissioner of the Alaska DOT and Public Facilities, testified that his department estimates up to 80% of their diesel engine maintenance issues over the past 2 years have been related to emission control systems. Across the state, operators reporting failures tied to diesel exhaust fluid and related emission control systems during sustained cold weather operations. These systems can freeze, malfunction, or trigger automatic engine derates. Now, in most places, that might mean a quick trip to the repair shop, but in Alaska, When equipment loses power in extreme cold in remote areas, the consequences are far more dangerous. These are not hypotheticals. They're happening today on Alaska's highways, where drivers are moving the fuel, the food, the industrial supplies that we depend on. Senator Cynthia Lumens of Wyoming and the Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation delivered similar concerns about the current DEF requirements in their state. The climate alarmist bureaucrats in Washington don't understand the consequences of their radical agenda hurting real people in Western communities. She is a co-sponsor of Senate Bill 3135 with Sullivan. The people of Wyoming would not have to choose between breaking the law or losing their lives. Opponents of the Cold Weather Diesel Reliability Act were also represented in that hearing. You had Senator Sheldon Whitehouse of Rhode Island. He says the bill targets a problem that the EPA has already addressed. The potential for diesel emission control systems to fail at very low temperatures from a cold start is a known issue that he says has already been successfully addressed by the EPA back in 2009 and again last year. In both cases, the EPA directed the engine manufacturers to allow the vehicle to drive on for some distance, now up to 8,400 miles, before the engine derates in response to a sensor telling it the NOx control system's not functioning. I don't know, have the manufacturers actually done that update? I don't have an answer to that question. But let's see what the right-wing nut has on his mind.
Yes, right-wing nut. Yeah, the SAVE Act. Now, they're not saying you have to get a separate ID to vote. That's not what they're saying, correct?
No.
Okay. How many years did it take for your wife or any gay man or lesbian woman or minority to get their card changed to say, they're not that name anymore, they're something else? Their husband's name or their partner's name. I mean, how long does it take for that to happen? Years?
Oh, it's a pretty quick process, actually.
Then what in the hell are these damn Democrats bitching about? If it's that simple, they're not going to be dissatisfied and discouraged about going to the vote. They're going to be voting. Look at Georgia. They lost a AAA All-Star game. And guess what happened? Their voting went up, was it 15, 20%? So I don't see where these people get off saying these other folks are just too damn dumb. They're not. It's the politicians that are too damn dumb. Yeah, thank you for taking my call. Have a good night.
Right-wing nut. Emphasis on the nut. What do we see? 844-844-3388. Getting back to the Middle East. A couple of interesting updates. When we were out of town over the weekend, I did here and there kind of tune into the news updates. And I did hear one of the reports of a fire occurring on the USS Gerald R. Ford, the aircraft carrier. Wasn't real sure of just what had occurred, but more details. They tell us the Ford is now preparing to leave the Red Sea to undergo repairs at the U.S. Navy base on Crete after that fire last week required several hours of damage control efforts. The Ford will travel to Naval Support Activity Suda Bay for more than a week of pierside repairs, according to one U.S. official this past day. Confirming a report in a local Greek news outlet that said the Ford is returning to Crete. But the fire on last Thursday, occurred in the aft laundry facility, resulting in a major damage control response that displaced sailors across the carrier and disrupted operations throughout the ship, they tell us. One sailor was medically evacuated from the carrier after being injured in the damage control effort and is in stable condition. 2 others were treated for lacerations. More than 200 sailors were treated for smoke inhalation and returned to duty, according to several sources familiar with the response. Ship's force is inspecting and overhauling affected spaces. Cause of the fire still under investigation. A spokesman for the U.S. Fifth Fleet said the ship continues to operate in the Red Sea, accomplishing U.S. Central Command tasking in support of Operation Epic Fury. Now, the smoke damage apparently extended to the berthing area, requiring the Navy to take 1,000 mattresses off the future USS John F. Kennedy, which is in Norfolk, to send to the Ford. The Navy's also collected almost 2,000 sweatsuits and other clothing items to distribute to the crew because many sailors were unable to clean their clothes with most of the laundry services out of commission. Due to the fire, several berthing spaces and subsequently more than 100 racks or beds were lost. According to a Pentagon spokesperson, an immediate plan to acquire replacement cots has already been established. The resiliency and mental grit of our sailors has enabled the USS Gerald R. Ford to support ongoing operations. Initial communications about the fire suggested the Ford would need depot-level repairs. The New York Times reported some details on the fire on Monday. One source tells USNI News the damage control efforts, like ensuring the fire had not spread, actually lasted for more than a day. Not that the fire lasted for 30 hours. That was apparently what the New York Times had reported, that the firefighting efforts were ongoing for 30 hours. The Ford sailed through the Suez Canal earlier this month. They've been operating in the Red Sea with escorts. The USS Bainbridge, the USS Mahan, the USS Winston S. Churchill. As of this past day, Ford has been deployed for 266 days. Should the USS Ford remain deployed through mid-April, it would actually break the post-Vietnam War 294-day record for carrier deployments. The USS Abraham Lincoln set that record back in 2020. If the carrier stays out till early May, it would rival the 300-day plus deployments the carriers conducted to the Gulf of Tonkin during the Vietnam War. Meanwhile, the USS Nimitz was underway for just under a year during the first year of the COVID pandemic because of restriction of movement orders and rules around limited port visits, helping to reduce the spread of the virus at the time. That carrier was deployed for national tasking for some 263 days, which brings me to update number 2, stating that in a dramatic reversal of retirement plans, the USS Nimitz, the world's oldest serving aircraft carrier, has been ordered to chop into Central Command to support the ongoing war effort against Iran. This carrier, originally scheduled for decommissioning this year, was granted a final operational lifeline to join what President Trump has described as an American armada in the Middle East. The arrival of the Nimitz will mark the first time since the 2003 invasion of Iraq that 5 American carrier strike groups have operated in the Middle East during a single combat cycle, a massive surge of naval power as Operation Epic Fury intensifies. Just days ago, the Nimitz was actually making what was a widely publicized farewell tour after departing Naval Base Kitsap. on March 7, expected to circumnavigate South America for a final homecoming in Norfolk, Virginia. However, as of March 15, new orders have redirected the legendary Old Salt. Operational extension. The Navy has officially extended the Nimitz service life through March of next year. This extension allows the Pentagon to maintain the statutory requirement of 11 operational carriers while providing a buffer as the delivery of the USS John F. Kennedy faces delays, they tell us. The fifth carrier, the Nimitz, joins a formidable lineup already in or en route to the theater, including the USS Gerald R. Ford, the USS Abraham Lincoln, the USS George H.W. Bush. Unlike its recent routine patrols, the Nimitz will be tasked with providing what they call deep magazine support. The older Air Wing will focus on sustaining the high-volume strikes to dismantle Iranian military infrastructure, freeing up F-35C-equipped Ford and Lincoln for specialized precision strikes. The decision to send the 51-year-old carrier into a hot zone is driven by the sheer intensity, they tell us, of the current conflict. The U.S. forces, what they're talking about is the munitions burn rate. Forces targeting over 5,500 targets in the first 10 days of Operation Epic Fury. The burn rate of carrier-based munitions has been unprecedented. The Nimitz serves as a massive mobile ammunition depot and flight deck, ensuring that the aerial pulse on Iranian targets doesn't slacken. While some critics have raised concerns about sending a half-century-old ship into a theater filled with Iranian carrier killer drones and hypersonic missiles, the Navy, they tell us, remains competent. The Nimitz might be the old salt of the fleet, but she's been battle-hardened for 5 decades, according to one CENTCOM official. In a fight of this scale, mass matters. Having an extra 90 aircraft in the theater changes the math for the enemy entirely. So as the Nimitz prepares to cross from the Pacific to the Indian Ocean, its presence serves as a powerful symbol of American resolve. For a ship that began its career during the Iranian hostage crisis in 1979, ironically, the Nimitz is returning to the waters of its first major challenge to perform what will ultimately be its final act of service, they tell us. How about that?
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Come join the Steve Summers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hotshot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th to the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
All right, a couple of final notes here on the Middle East. As we're all anxiously anticipating what's it going to take to get oil moving once again through the Strait of Hormuz, right? Looks like Iran is definitely trying to capitalize on that. They feel as though if they can get oil prices high enough. I mean, last week they threatened $200 per barrel oil coming our way. And they feel as though that would prompt enough blowback from not just the U.S., but countries around the world with those kind of prices to convince shutting down operations, ending the war. On Tuesday, Iran apparently launching vicious attacks on some of their oil-producing neighbors again, hoping to drive up oil prices to outlast the U.S. and Israel. An anchored tanker was struck off the coast of the United Arab Emirates just south of the Strait of Hormuz. Now, reports say the tanker sustained minor damage. The port of Fujari, strategically important. It's the terminus of a pipeline that can move oil to tankers from inland wells without passing through the strait. At least 17 ships have been attacked in or near the strait since this fight began late in February. The UAE was also attacked Tuesday by Iranian missiles and drones, according to the defense minister, stating that those attacks were repelled. Iran also launched drones at the UAE's Shah gas field. Operations were later suspended. Oil prices rising after those attacks. So up and down, the prices of oil go. The damage Iran is doing to its neighbors, of course, is pushing them to call on the United States to stomp Iran so it cannot threaten their economies again. Now, there's a wide feeling across the Gulf that Iran has now crossed every red line with every Gulf country. According to the chairman of the Saudi-based Gulf Research Center, at first we defended them and opposed the war. Once they began directing strikes at us, they become an enemy. There's no other way to classify them, he says. One Gulf source says Gulf nations now want the United States to knock Iran down so hard and so far that they cannot rise again to be an offensive threat. Developments of the past day. We'll close out our Wednesday edition there. Thanks for being with us. We return at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight for the next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.